officials the unconstitutional ability to deport people.
Lawyers for Texas argue the state has the right to defend its border.
Israel's military says it's killed about 90 militants and rounded up 160 others in a new raid on Gaza City's Al-Shifa hospital. IDF video shows what Israel says are weapons found inside. The U.S. State Department says it's considering getting trapped Americans out of Haiti's gang-controlled capital by evacuating them through the neighboring Dominican Republic. This U.S. citizen tells CBS News.
The thing is, people go inside your house, killing, raping, burning your house.
She did not want to be identified, afraid of harm that could come to her family and friends. S&P futures down 7. This is International Day of Happiness. For the 7th year in a row, Finland tops the UN's list of happiest countries. Jan Emanuel Denev with the World Happiness Report.
Wealth is one thing, but then there's also a healthy life expectancy, which is also very high in Scandinavian countries, whereas in other wealthy countries like the United States, life expectancy is actually going down for certain segments of the population.
For the first time, the U.S. is not in the top 20 Americans under 30 under the least happy age group. This is CBS News.
Think O'Reilly Auto Parts for all your car care needs. Get the parts and service you need fast from the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Kevin, you go right ahead.
I'm on my way to New Jersey to buy a Mega Ball and a Powerball, and if I hit, I'm going to give it to Trump.
How about a little percentage of that to your favorite morning show?
Wouldn't that be good to use state money and give it back to him?
If I won Powerball, I don't know that I'm giving it to anybody. Trump, my wife,
that's because his wife already has a spend.
Yep. I'm buying golf clubs, and you'll never see me again.
And the little girls.
There you go. Yeah, I'll pay my girls college. How about that? And their dance bill. Other than that, nobody else gets anything.
Start your day with Kayal and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
I'm Bev. My husband Bill is living with idiopathic pulmonary fibrosis, a type of interstitial lung disease that can scar your lungs and make it hard to breathe. ILD can be hard to diagnose. If you're out of breath with a constant dry cough, ask a pulmonologist if it could be ILD. Bill and I have been married for over 60 years, and we're looking forward to more. If you or someone you love may have ILD, find support, hope, and help at lungsandyou.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. They're local, family-owned, and operated since 1979. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. Kitchen Magic is the full-service remodeler I trust to quickly, beautifully, and affordably transform your kitchen or bath. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Just visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here. Stop chasing that rainbow. United Tire and Service has a pot of gold waiting for you. Now through April 2nd, all tires are on sale. Plus, get an extra savings of $80 on any Michelin tires and an instant $40 from United Tire. That's $120 in savings on all Michelin tires. You don't even need to wear green. So skip or drive into St. Patrick's Day savings at one of your 10 locally owned United Tire locations or go to UnitedTire.com. That's UnitedTire.com. Don't drive alone. Drive United.
My father taught me never put yourself in a situation where you have to say you're sorry. Great advice, right? So why do you only have one key to your car? Seriously, don't wait until you're apologizing to your wife or husband, or even worse, your boss, because you lost your keys. Save yourself that headache. Head to McCausland Lock Service and get yourself a spare. You're supporting small business when you do and saving up to half of what you'd pay at a dealer. Call McCausland Lock Service for a quote today. 610-430-1500. 610-430-1500.
Station WPHT AM, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at this station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations that wish to receive our vacancy information should contact Lisa Morton at WPHT AM by calling 215-234-2400. In addition, all listeners are encouraged to visit odysseyinc.com/careers for an online listing of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. In the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121.
I'm Greg Jarrett.
I'm Sandra Smith.
I'm Charles Payne, and this is the Fox News Rundown.
Wednesday, March 20th, 2024. I'm Jessica Rosenthal. The focus has been on the felonies the former president is charged with, but now his focus is on finding cash as New York's top prosecutor threatens to go after Trump's assets in a civil case.
The analogy is a judge ordering the taking of your home, but in order to appeal the judgment, you have to sell the home.
I'm Dave Anthony. TikTok users and influencers keep pushing back on Congress's potential TikTok ban over the social media app's links to China.
The same guys that are up there spouting off that it's all about national security also allowed the weather balloons to fly all over the United States without anything. They allow our open borders on the southern border, people to just flood in by the thousands down there with no checks and balances there.
And I'm Janice Dean. I've got the final word on the Fox News Rundown.
After voting in Palm Beach, Florida Tuesday with Melania by his side, former President Trump addressed the more than $450 million civil penalty against him that increases every day, by the way, as his attorneys say they can't post bond on that amount. Manhattan Judge Arthur Engoron leveled that hefty fine after finding the former president overvalued his properties in an effort to get better loans and insurance policies.
Billions of dollars in value, billions of dollars in properties, but they'd like to take the cash away so I can't use it on the campaign. And this is just a corrupt group of people. It's election interference, and we'll see how the courts rule on it.
In order for the former president to appeal the fine, he has to first post bond, basically ensuring that he has the cash on hand should he lose the appeal. His attorneys say 30 surety companies won't post more than $100 million as bond, and they will not accept his real estate as collateral. Fox's Eric Shawn explains.
Trump's attorneys wrote in the court filing this, quote, obtaining such cash through a fire sale of real estate holdings would inevitably result in massive, irrecoverable losses, textbook irreparable injury. Well, if Mr. Trump doesn't meet the deadline on Monday, Attorney General Letitia James, who brought the case, could potentially freeze his bank accounts and then even go after some of his real estate properties, like the iconic Trump Tower, to satisfy the judgment.
Now, Attorney General Letitia James campaigned on prosecuting Trump for something. Here she was at the Cooper Union School in July of 2018.
Yes, we need to focus on Donald Trump and his abuses. We need to follow his money. We need to find out where he's laundered money. We need to find out whether or not he's engaged in conspiracy.
As the former president looks to appeal this fine, some legal analysts say the incredibly high penalty amount may be a due process violation. But he has until Monday, where James says she may begin trying to take his assets.
What is different here is the astronomical size of the penalty imposed by the New York court.
George Washington University law professor and Fox News contributor Jonathan Turley.
Many of us believe that the almost $500 million in penalty is excessive and unconnected to any objective basis of losses or victims. So it creates a rather perverse incentive for a court that you can just pick almost randomly some massive number and make it very difficult for anyone to review your decision. I mean, the analogy is a judge ordering the taking of your home, but in order to appeal the judgment, you have to sell the home. It gets to the point where you're interfering with the ability of someone to get appellate review. This is a case that is screaming out for appellate review. Many of us cannot imagine how this level of penalty could ever be upheld. What the bond issue does is it front loads the main issue in the case. there's general acceptance that a company or an individual can be fined for this type of allegation. There is evidence that Donald Trump overvalued or undervalued assets. The concern many of us have is that that is a ubiquitous practice in New York real estate. I mean, it is. I've talked to business people in New York who are dumbfounded by this lawsuit because it is very common for companies to overvalue their assets. That's why these estimates came, as with the Trump estimate, with a warning that you shouldn't rely on this and do your own research.
The New York Attorney General has said, if you can't pay this, I'm going after your real estate assets. I mean, there's this image, I think, for many of us that, Trump loses Trump Tower and his real estate empire. Is that possible, even if it is a slow process?
No, I think the dramatic scene of being locked out of the Trump Tower is not likely to unfold. First of all, Trump does not necessarily own all the assets in these real estate ventures. He has leveraged those properties and has partners on properties that also have claims. But also this takes a while. You have to seek authority to essentially confiscate property, and then there could be further challenges to how you do that. The eagerness of James to start that process is a little bit telling. I mean, this is an attorney general who ran on the pledge to bag Trump without ever saying what she would prosecute him for. That's literally campaigning on a pledge of selective prosecution, something that is anathema to the rule of law. But putting aside her eagerness, she will have to go through a process to actually confiscate property. Since these assets are not entirely owned by Donald Trump, there will be other companies and individuals who have a right to access and use of the property. The question for Trump is technical to some extent, but also common sense in another. These companies are not willing to take real estate as the collateral for the bond. So Trump is in a very difficult position because of the nature of his business. And there's a reasonable aspect to that, and objection. If he were 3M, then he could fork over the money, but he's not. He's someone who has spent his entire life with assets in real estate.
Yeah. Professor, and we've been playing them on the channel, on Fox News Channel. Are these montages of Letitia James, the New York AG, saying all of these things about Trump, that she's going to get him legally? Is that something an appeals judge could weigh?
They can on the question of selective prosecution. The problem is that selective prosecution is very difficult to prove. Judges truly despise these motions. I have brought a couple of them. Mm-hmm. They don't want to be pulled into motivations of a prosecutor. Now, very few prosecutors are as raw and open as Letitia James. It's a disgrace to run on a pledge of selective prosecution. And also consider, if you're a bank or bonding company, you have an attorney general who's laying waste to political opponents, who's pursuing people like Trump with unrelenting vigor. Do you really want to get in the crosshairs of an attorney general like that? That's the problem. And so I think New York is eviscerating its standing as a legal system. And I expect that there's going to be a greater exodus from the city due to this case.
Wow. Just so we understand, I feel it's strange to be talking about a bond on a civil penalty. I don't think I've personally ever talked about that. I think we're used to using the words bond on criminal cases, like we use bail. Why does he need to post, quote unquote, post bond here?
Well, the theory is that after a trial, a prevailing party should not have to go through appeal unless there is a guarantee that you are prepared as the losing party to pay up if you should not prevail. And the idea is that the other party has prevailed, has proven the case on the trial level. And so you can appeal, but you need to pony up to show that you're prepared to make good on that commitment. I've always been rather skeptical of these rules. I do believe that they can constitute a barrier to due process. But I have never, even though I've been a critic of that for years, I've never seen the likes of this. I mean, this is breathtaking, that a judge would arbitrarily come up with this massive number, knowing that it would be very hard to allow any judge to look at his ruling unless the accused party sells off assets. And, this was a judge who was asked, I think reasonably, by Trump and his team to waive this bond requirement. He could have done that. So Engoron could have just shown that he was not this hostile jurist, that he could have shown that he had a certain degree of balance and circumspection. He didn't. He refused to make any changes at all in the bond obligation. He also opposed an astronomical interest of 9% annually plus added costs. All of that is rather confiscatory, and I think it does really raise a due process question under the Constitution.
There's been a lot of movement in the Fulton County, Georgia case, with the special prosecutor stepping down over the impropriety or the seemingly impropriety of their relationship with the DA. This hush money case out of Manhattan. Obviously, there's delay in the federal January 6th case. When you look at sort of, I guess, all of what's happening in Trump world on the legal dockets, just your gut reaction to how it all impacts the campaign in light of this new issue of needing to find money?
Well, first of all, there is still a chance that Trump could be in trial before the election. That has certainly dwindled in some of these cases, but there's still a chance one of these torpedoes will hit before the election.
Yeah.
But the optics on that are having a rather curious impact on the election. Most of the public gets it. I mean, you don't have to like Donald Trump to look at these cases and have real reservations about what's happening in our legal system. These are politically motivated cases. The cases in New York are raw and political. Alvin Bragg has brought a case that none of us have seen the like of. He's essentially trying to make a misdemeanor under state law into a felony by charging a crime that the Department of Justice refused to prosecute. He's bootstrapping a federal offense into a state case. It's ridiculous. In the case of Fani Willis, the case that she's brought in Atlanta, she has a racketeering theory that is so thin, it's virtually transparent. The connection between any of these 19 parties is so attenuated that it's going to have great difficulty in being upheld on appeal. But with all this pile-on in all these different states, the public is reacting. Every indictment has produced better polling results for Trump, and there's a reason for that. The American people don't like it. They like their legal system. They believe in blind justice. This is not it. And they know it when they see it. When they see selective prosecution, it's pretty obvious.
Professor Jonathan Turley, thank you so much for your insight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Rich Cioli, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Spring is in the air, but so are airborne allergens like tree pollen, grass, mold, and ragweed. If spring allergies keep you trapped inside, then you need Navage Nasal Care to keep you breathing clearly and enjoying all the beauties of spring. Navage helps clear nasal passages that are often clogged because of seasonal allergies. Navage gently flushes a pure, refreshing saline solution through your nasal passages to clear out congestion, sucking out that springtime pollen and other irritants trapped in your nose. Navage springs into action quickly, helping you breathe more clearly in just 30 seconds. And you don't need a never-ending cycle of decongestants that can leave you feeling drowsy. Navage is the fast and easy drug-free allergy solution that helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier. Get Navage today so you can get outdoors and enjoy your favorite springtime activities. Navage is available online at Navage.com or in stores at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, Rite Aid, and Target. Navage, Navage. Breathe easy.
Hello, everyone. For all of you who suffer from calcium oxalate stones, here is some free advice. Tip 1, drink plenty of water. It takes a lot of water to dilute and pass the substances that lead to stones. Tip 2, modify your diet. You'll need to limit sodium, cut your meat.
Tired of difficult lifestyle changes that often don't work? If you suffer from calcium oxalate stones, now there's help. Kidney Cop, Calcium Oxalate Protector. Add Kidney Cop to your routine as a way to potentially reduce or even stop the formation of calcium oxalate stones. Kidney Cop is a dietary supplement developed by doctors and pharmacists. It's been proven in laboratory tests to reduce the rate of calcium oxalate crystal growth by 99%. That's right, 99%. Just take Kidney Cop. Satisfaction guaranteed or your money back. You can purchase affordable Kidney Cop today by visiting Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com. Yes, you can start enjoying life again. Purchase Kidney Cop at Amazon.com, Walmart.com, or KidneyCop.com today.
These statements have not been reviewed by the Food and Drug Administration. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Sponsored by Calcium Oxalate Labs, Inc.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Just like our offensive line protects our star quarterback, plumbers protect the health of the nation. And Philadelphia Plumbers Union Local 690 is no different. In hospitals, commercial, industrial, and residential, with the best trained plumbers in the world, you can be sure your project is done on time and on budget, no matter how big or small. So when your business needs to build new or expand existing facilities, you can count on the members of Plumbers Union Local 690. Visit plumbers690.org.
Designers, excavators, engineers, architects, listen up.
What are you doing? We're working here.
If you want to save time, effort, and money on your next underground utility project, start using Pennsylvania one-call Systems Coordinate PA application. Coordinate PA is the next generation of utility coordination that allows you to easily transfer and manage your complex projects from start to finish, all the way from the designer to the excavator. Be prepared for your next underground utility project with Coordinate PA.
Makes sense.
Visit pa1call.org to learn more.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about my friends from Piazza Premium Automobiles. They continue to grow their luxury collection of brands, and now Piazza is excited to welcome Infiniti Ardmore and Maserati of the main line, both located right there on Lancaster Avenue, and you're going to receive the very same first-class customer experience that you've come to expect. Find your new or certified pre-owned Infiniti, Maserati, or other Piazza luxury brands like Jaguar, Land Rover, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and more at PiazzaPremiumAutos.com.
When you need to know, depend on KYW News Radio 1039 FM.
Israel raids Gaza's biggest hospital for a second day. The Supreme Court allows a Texas law giving police broad powers to arrest migrants to go into effect. And Peter Navarro becomes the first Trump administration aide to go to prison in connection to the January 6th insurrection.
Get the latest anytime on KYW News Radio. Now on Crystal Clear 103.9 FM.
You've never needed us more.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Now there's a simple, easy, and effective way to clean your nose and protect your health. It's called Navage. Navage. Available at Navage.com.
What if being in recovery from a mental or substance use disorder was something we proudly showed the world? Millions of people are in recovery, sharing hope and support with family, friends, and community. Join the Voices for Recovery. For confidential information for mental and substance use disorders, call 1-800-662-HELP. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT. 6 till 10, Talk Radio 1210. Talk
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT presents our 7th annual Radiothon to benefit the Travis Manion Foundation. Join us this Friday, March 22nd. All money raised will go directly towards empowering veterans and families of the fallen to help find healing and unite communities through service. Listen for special guests and exclusive offers, all to help the Travis Manion Foundation. This Friday, March 22nd, only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the Odyssey app. Thanks to our sponsors, Emmons Roofing, Windows and Solar, emmonsroofing.com, Mick Coslin Lock Service, specializing in high-tech keys and remotes, locks, the letter N, keys.com, and Steam Fitters Local Union 420, serving the Philadelphia area since 1903. We do it right the first time.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Are you a caregiver that lives in Delaware County? The Delaware County Link to Aging and Disability Resources presents the 2024 Caregiver Academy Series. Join us for a series of meaningful, activity-focused information sessions on respite care for your loved ones. Presentations take place on April 9th, April 23rd, May 7th, May 21st, June 4th, and June 18th at the Good Neighbor Senior Center in Sharon Hill, PA, from 4 p.m. till 5:30 p.m. Call 484-540-0372 to register today.
How many more times will you risk that slippery climb in and out of your bathtub? Instead, try a smart and beautiful idea. Convert that ugly old tub into a gorgeous new shower. The jacuzzi shower system from PJ Fitzpatrick features a walk-in entry that means no more climbing over the tub. The jacuzzi shower is luxurious, surprisingly affordable, and installs in just one day. Don't trust us. Trust PJ Fitzpatrick and their thousands of 5-star reviews. That's big news. So visit trustpj.com for your free design consultation.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Take me out to...
kids game, we have to go.
Take me out to the...
Honey, please, just grab the cooler and his bat relief.
Root for the all-new Chevy lineup of SUVs at Hester Chevrolet. Big enough for the family and all the stuff this baseball season. Hester Chevy is your local home team with the largest availability of new Chevrolets in Philadelphia, plus the largest selection of Silverados and Trax. No dealer will beat their price. More at HesterChevy.com. See dealer for details.
Your way or no way. Don't miss Good News in Real Estate with Deanne Katsaros and Mark Cumberland, Saturdays at 1 p.m. Find out all you need to know about home buying and selling. Considering a career in real estate? Visit PhiladelphiaRealEstateClasses.com. Good News in Real Estate, Saturdays 1 p.m. on WPHT.
Millions of Americans are losing their medical assistance or Medicaid coverage. If this affects you, Independence Blue Cross can help. You may be eligible to enroll in a health plan for as little as $0 a month. With Independence Blue Cross, you get the largest provider network in the area, including most Keystone First doctors and hospitals. We also offer free 24/7 telemedicine, coverage for hospital stays and prescriptions. See if you qualify for $0 health insurance and enroll today. Call Independence Blue Cross at 1-844-464-2583 or visit ibx.com/staycovered.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
A fresh record close, finishing at a little more than 5,178. After the close Tuesday, Chipotle announced a board-approved 50-for-1 stock split, which it hopes shareholders will approve during their annual meeting in June. All eyes on the Fed today, which will announce its latest interest rate decision. That at 2 p.m., it's expected to remain unchanged. British consumer goods company Unilever, which makes Ben & Jerry's ice cream, Dove soaps, and Vaseline, says it's cutting 7,500 jobs and spinning off the ice cream business to reduce costs and boost profits. And the internet site Reddit said that its pending initial public offering may be worth almost $750 million. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Will the Senate join the House, approving a bill that could ultimately ban a social media app?
TikTok certainly is a dangerous tool in the hands of an adversary.
Republican Congressman Mike Turner, who chairs the House Intelligence Committee, tells Fox that's because its parent company ByteDance is Chinese-owned.
People are understanding that, China as an adversary, the ransomware, the attacks, the hacking that they do into our economy, the military buildup they do.
A majority of Republicans and Democrats support the bill, and President Biden says he would sign it. It would force TikTok to separate itself from ByteDance or else be banned. Amid concern, China is vacuuming up user data for surveillance, which TikTok denies. The company also says it is not owned by China and would not allow Chinese influence of content. TikTok users are angry at Congress.
This will heavily influence on how I vote from today and for the rest of my life.
There are probably better matters out there right now than to be looking at if we should vote for banning TikTok or not.
Now, the potential ban would affect about 170 million Americans, including a couple of Texas ranchers turned TikTok influencers.
All right, we're doing a Valentine's series, and the first day we're doing how we met. We always get this question. Okay. You want to tell them how we met?
No, go ahead. You always ask stuff.
Cody stalked me at the bank.
That is not what happened.
You did. I was working at the bank, and he stalked me.
No, that is not
That's how I remember it.
No. You saw my bank account and latched on like a piranha. You came after me.
Cody and Erica Archie have 1.2 million followers.
We never set out to do this. This was never in the plan in our heads.
Now, the Archies have full-time jobs and run the Bar 7 Ranch in Gatesville, Texas, now famous after they were featured in a TikTok Sparks Good commercial.
We had been on other platforms before, just trying to tell our story of agriculture so that we could always have that story out there and make sure people knew where their food and their fiber came from, and be transparent and genuine. And then one day we were on the way to feed some cows, and we made a funny video and posted it on TikTok. And finally we bursted out of that little bubble of family and friends that we had been in for so long and kind of went viral on TikTok, and finally got to share our story with millions of people across the world.
What's that moment like, Cody, when suddenly you realize, holy moly, a lot of people are watching this?
Well, that first video had like 15,000 views, and I thought, well, now that I'm the king of TikTok and I've gone viral, which isn't even viral, having 15,000 views. But, it's kind of humbling because you don't really think that people have an interest in your day-to-day life, but we've grown a huge community across this platform and many other platforms, and it's almost like we have family scattered all over the world now.
So what is it that you have grown into becoming with TikTok and these other platforms? How do you influence? What do you put out there?
We try every day to just put out educational content, just content that shows people how we live our lives, not just as ranchers, but as entrepreneurs, as just a family, and put out just genuine content of what we're doing every day out here.
Yeah, so we'll usually try to mix in one or two educational deals about, like, you know, the kind of feed we're feeding, or why we're doing something with the livestock that we have, why our son homeschools, and just kind of debunking some of those myths. And then we also mix in just some humor, just Eric and I's banter back and forth as a couple of 18 years of marriage. And, you know, we just mix all that stuff in and have a good time with it. And people seem to enjoy it. They seem to be able to relate to it because it's real world experiences that we go through. We don't do the trends. We don't do the dances and all that kind of stuff. So we've had a great experience with TikTok, sharing and growing our community, but also we get to share our faith with the world. Every Sunday we do a capsule sermon. We'll do the week of Easter. We'll talk about what Christ was going through then. We do an Advent reading for the first 24 days of the month in December for Christmas. And we just get to share the gospel there. And it's really just allowed us to reach a lot of folks.
Has anyone ever asked you to modify your content or asked you to post something in particular from TikTok? Has TikTok ever gotten involved in anything you've done? TikTok has never asked us, say, hey, post this. Hey, will you do this? Hey, will you do that? We did the commercial, TikTok Sparks Good campaign. But other than that, no, we don't get paid by TikTok to produce content for TikTok. Now, we do earn an income based on the views that our normal videos get, but that's, I guess, comes from some advertisers or something that pay the platform. I don't really know where that money comes from. Gotcha. Okay. Now, there's other businesses that make money on TikTok. Is that how all money's made on TikTok, or are there varieties of ways to make money using the platform?
There are varieties of ways. Mostly to get paid from TikTok, you're going to get paid on views and comments and engagement and things like that. But then you could also get paid for brand deals that you make with certain brands reaching out to you and things like that. To create content for them, but they pay you directly or pay you in product. There are a lot of influencers and a lot of small businesses across the nation that earn money off of what's called TikTok Shop. It's where they can sell their goods and services directly to the consumer using their own advertising ads, their own space on TikTok. So for you guys, TikTok has been great, right? In every way? Yep. Other than the ill-informed that say we're supporters of the Chinese Communist Party and we should move to China and fly a Chinese flag. But for the most part, yeah, I mean, obviously, it's been a great experience. Obviously, there are probably some people listening that think you're brainwashed or something like that. But I want you to listen to the arguments for a ban, certainly for what Congress wants to have happen to TikTok. Now, obviously, the FBI director has said that there's a threat with TikTok with Chinese influence. Congressman Mike Gallagher, a Republican, is very much outspoken about China's influence in the U.S. He's worried about the manipulation of content. I want you to listen to the congressman.
TikTok isn't just an app for funny dance videos. It is increasingly a news source for Americans under the age of 30. And allowing a CCP-controlled entity like TikTok to become the dominant media player in America would be like if in 1962, at the height of the Cold War, right before the Cuban Missile Crisis, we'd allowed Pravda and the KGB to purchase the New York Times, the Washington Post, ABC, and NBC. So when you hear something like that, Cody and Erica, what do you think? The same guys that are up there spouting off that it's all about national security also allowed the weather balloons to fly all over the United States without anything. They allow our open borders on the southern border, people to just flood in by the thousands down there with no checks and balances there. And when you take a look at it, what really got me thinking about this is it's really all about money. He's right. There is a lot of people that use this as a source of news, and they don't have the control, meaning Congress and the powers that be up there, to manipulate what we're getting to see. I mean, when you go on there and post something, it goes up, and that's just the way it is. It's not like it's Facebook or Instagram where it's shielding, thoughts from other people and stuff they don't want you to see. Facebook is down because of TikTok. Amazon Marketplace is down because of TikTok Shop. Does that make you think that there's something going on if those two guys are wanting to buy it as soon as it's up for sale? Former President Trump has said that if there was a ban on TikTok, it would actually benefit
Facebook, which he calls the true enemy of the people. So you think Facebook or Instagram, you think they're worse than TikTok?
I don't know about worse. So they all have problems. They all have faults. The difference is this one isn't controlled by Silicon Valley and Washington. They don't have control over it, so it's public enemy number one. When there's far greater problems in the United States that we're facing right now that we need to be worrying about. Besides, what national secret are they going to steal from Bar 7 Ranch? And the other thing is it's a voluntary app. If you choose to get on it, if you're worried that they're going to steal all your national security stuff, number one, there shouldn't be any social media apps on any government phone, any business phone, in my opinion. I mean, if I provided phones for my employees, they would not be able to download any app because they're all spying on us. If we talk about butter dishes today, it's going to pop up on your phone when you look at your phone later this afternoon. Whether you go to Google, Amazon, Facebook, whatever it is, you're going to see an ad for butter dishes,
Yeah, no, I understand. If the bill does pass the Senate and TikTok's on the clock to have to get rid of its Chinese ownership, do you think that there will be a ban? What will you guys do? Just worry about your other accounts?
Yes, sir. I mean, we never saw ourselves being influencers. This just happened by chance and by the grace of God, really. And we don't depend on any of the income that we earn off of TikTok to support our family. And the way we budget for our family, that's just extra. It goes over into a different account.
But in saying that, unfortunately, there are millions of people that it will deeply affect that have relied on that income and rely on TikTok's shop and things like that to generate their business. So
a lot of people look at TikTok and social media as all it is just, young kids dancing and singing and doing stuff like that. But there are, 5 million small businesses that are earning income there that is taxable income that goes to fund U.S. It's U.S. tax money. It gets taxed just like your regular job. And there are a lot of people that said, hey, they have learned over the last couple of years, I can make more money selling T-shirts that I print in my backyard, in my garage on TikTok than I ever could working an 8-to-5 job.
It must be fun, though, to put the videos out and have the community that you have and the reaction to different videos and getting to know people that would never have known you at Bar 7 in Gatesville, Texas.
Absolutely. That's what we love best is we wouldn't do it. People ask us all the time, isn't this time consuming? Doesn't this get old? And we would not do it if we weren't still having fun every day. And it's not a job to us because we truly just video parts of our lives every single day and put out, what's happening here and share it with the people that are out there. And we get tons of comments and direct messages, private messages every day that are, encouraging to keep sharing our journey.
All right. Since you both like to put pieces of advice on your TikTok channel, what would you tell someone who asks, how do I go viral?
Man, there is no formula for that because we'll create something and we're like, man, this is going to be a hit. And it just maybe doesn't go anywhere. And then you do something that's just like, we're just going to throw this up there because we don't have anything else to put up right now. We hadn't, got our phones out when we were doing something, and we're just going to put it up there for filler, and it takes off. It really just depends on what the people that are on right then are watching and what they find amusing or interesting. There really is no formula for it that we found.
But the advice I always tell people is just do it. Just post, just video things that happen in your life and what you're interested in and what you would want to continue to video every day and make content about and see what happens because you never know what's going to happen.
It seems about like anything with an animal and it will usually get a lot of views. So that's a good place to start.
All right. Well, Cody and Erica Archie, ranchers at Bar 7 Ranch in Gatesville, Texas, influencers on TikTok. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Dog parents are loving Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend Premium Dog Food.
The way she acts and the way she moves, it's just so much better. And she's like a puppy again. It's unbelievable.
Dr. Marty's Nature's Blend is a freeze-dried raw food made with 0 artificial preservatives, so it's naturally shelf-stable with no mess, freezer, or fridge required. Plus, it's full of premium turkey, beef, salmon, and meat your dog will love.
We started with Nature's Blend. She's happy, she sleeps well, she's energetic. I am just delighted with this product.
When given the choice, Nature's Blend and Amazon's #1 bestseller in dry dog food, 29 out of 30 dogs chose Nature's Blend first.
I'm so confident your dog will love it. Your order is back with a 90-day guarantee.
Save up to 54% off Nature's Blend and get a free bag of delicious beef liver treats. Go to drmartypets.com/bone or text BONE to 511-511. Text BONE to 511-511. All pets are unique. Your pet's results can and will vary. Message and data rates may apply. Studies available upon request. Paid for by Dr. Marty's Pets.
Sneezing, coughing, stuffy nose, runny nose, post-nasal drip, interrupted sleeping. I was groggy at the end of the day.
Allergies and sinus congestion were making Jana miserable. Then, a friend recommended Navage. Navage provides immediate drug-free congestion relief, flushing your nasal passages with refreshing saline and sucking out mucus, germs, and other airborne irritants. Navage helps you breathe easier, sleep better, and feel your best right away.
Navage gave me instant relief. I didn't have to wait 30 minutes. I didn't have to wait an hour, 90 minutes. I didn't have to wait a minute. I ran the rinse and I felt better.
Stop suffering from congestion and start breathing and feeling your best again with Navage. Navage.
I've had people ask me how I find relief, and I tell them Navage immediately. This thing is amazing.
Navage is available at Navage.com or at Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, and Rite Aid.
As America's largest injury firm, we have advantages few others do. Our results and reputation are well known to the other side, and we have a track record of going toe-to-toe with them and winning big. But what does that mean for you? What does that mean for your case? I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. One of the things we're most proud about is that we set up our firm so that your case gets lots of attention from a lot of people. Our technology and army of lawyers give us insight and oversight into every detail and every moment of your case. Paralegals, legal assistants, investigators, buildings with boxes of evidence. Every resource carefully designed to get you the most possible. And at Morgan & Morgan, we even have a dedicated team to make sure that your calls are returned that very same day. Injured? Dial pound law. That's pound 529. All law firms are not the same. There's only one Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com.
Injured? Visit ForThePeople.com for an office near you.
March Mania is running wild at TurnersvilleJeep.com, your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. For March only, come in and get up to 20% off select Jeeps and Rams. That equates to over $18,000 in savings on select models. We have over 300 vehicles available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com, located on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Join us at Odyssey as we all do our one thing. Together millions of things for our planet. This spring, Fairmount Park Conservancy invites you to connect with your Philadelphia neighborhood parks. Join your local park friends group during Love Your Park Week in May. Or join us for weekly volunteer events all year long throughout the city. Fairmount Park Conservancy works with the City of Philadelphia and its communities to bring parks to life. For information and to sign up, visit myphillypark.org. Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Hours after the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that Texas can enforce a state law allowing police to arrest migrants coming across the southern border illegally, a federal appeals court has voted again to block it. Texas Governor Dan Patrick telling Fox's The Ingram Angle he supports the now blocked bill.
Whether you live in a red state or a blue state, a red city or a blue city, the citizens are fed up with the illegal immigrants all over their cities, all over their counties.
Trump-backed Cleveland businessman Bernie Moreno winning a three-way Republican primary for the U.S. Senate seat in Ohio.
We're going to win this race in November. We're going to retake the United States Senate. We're going to have President Trump in the White House. We're going to get the America First agenda done.
Moreno will now take on incumbent Democrat Sherrod Brown in the November general election. America's listening to Fox News.
the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Conference realignment in college athletics was the talk of the summer, as the Pac-12, as it has been known for decades, disappeared. And while there aren't any new teams switching conferences, on Tuesday, Clemson filed a lawsuit against the Atlantic Coast Conference, questioning the league's grant of rights and exit fee, according to ESPN. It's the second lawsuit against the conference after Florida State also sued the ACC in December, challenging the league's grant of rights and its withdrawal fee. The members of the ACC signed a grant of rights through 2036, which gives the conference control over its media rights. In a statement, Clemson said it remains a member of the ACC and has not given notice that it is exiting. That's sports on the Fox News Rundown. I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
There's a side that is the network, and ESPN, they can now have other bids come in for certain playoff games, and they can sell those off. They can lease that game to a streaming service or another network to carry the college football playoff matchup. Any school in from the SEC or the Big Ten will receive around $20 million per program for making the playoff. Meanwhile, ACC and Big 12 get $12 to $13 million. I'm saying that because if you have Michigan, Ohio State, Tennessee, Bama, name the school from the top of the cream of the crop, Georgia, ESPN's going to put those games on their network. You're able to sell off a game. If you have the ACC or the Big 12 and that's the matchup, they have to pay those schools less, and then they can reap more of the reward of selling that game. And I think that's also part of this.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
At Infinity of Westchester, we believe in transparency, fairness, and above all, serving our customers with care. Whether you're looking for a brand new Infinity or a reliable pre-owned vehicle, we have something for everyone. This month, save up to $15,000 on select Infinity models. And that's not all. Every new Infinity purchase comes with 3 years free maintenance. So don't wait. Visit us in-store or online today at infinityofwestchester.com. Philly rides with us.
Win a 2024 BMW 740iX Drive sedan during the Race to the Finish promotion at Borgata Hotel Casino and Spa. Now through April 27th, earn entries on slots and table games for your chance at being one of 1,575 lucky winners. Plus, 2 players will win a 2024 BMW. Drawings every Saturday with grand prize drawings on March 30th and April 27th. $1,575,000 Race to the Finish. Only at Borgata. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is a Bloomberg Money Minute. In a sweeping overhaul of its network, as JetBlue looks to cut costs after growth attempts were twice blocked by the U.S. government, the carrier will eliminate unprofitable routes in California and Florida and drop service to several cities in South America. Chief Executive Joanna Garrity has said her top priority is a return to consistent profits, which the carrier hasn't had since 2019. Macy's may be softening a little bit when it comes to a possible takeover. The department store operator has opened its books to Arc House Management and Brigade Capital Management, the investment firms pushing to buy it. In January, Macy's turned down the original $21 a share offer, which was sweetened to $24 earlier this month. After a win for stocks yesterday and ahead of the Fed's interest rate decision this afternoon with no change expected this time, stock futures are slipping. Steve Potusk, Bloomberg Radio.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, did you know there's a generic form of Viagra that works just the same but is 95% cheaper? And you can get it online at hims.com/joy. Through Hims, you'll get a free medical consultation to determine the ED medication that's best for you. Discreet shipping if prescribed, a 100% online process, and a range of treatment options, including trusted generic alternatives to the name brands, at up to 95% off. ED is personal, and at Hims, so is treating it. Just go to hims.com/joy and get connected to a licensed medical provider online for free, with zero copay, no expensive appointments, and no awkward face-to-face conversations. To start your free online visit, you need to go to this exclusive address, hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential.
but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
You're invited. Celebrate Citizens Fanatic Birthday on Sunday, April 21st at 1:35 when the Phils take on the White Sox. And kids 14 and under receive Fanatic mittens. Snag tickets now at Phillies.com. Youngsters are sure to smile on Sunday, April 14th when the Phils host the Pirates at 1:35 for Cavity Busters Kids Opening Day. And kids 14 and under receive a sleeveless hoodie. Order tickets now at Phillies.com.
The Fed's new FedNow system is all about surveillance and control. Secure your assets today with something Washington cannot manipulate. Hi, Stephen K. Bannon, and I recommend diversifying your retirement into a physical gold IRA from Birch Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit by texting the word HEDGE to 989898. Do this right now. Text HEDGE to the number 989898 and get a free info kit from Birch Gold. There's no obligation or purchase required.
Message and data rates may apply.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Urgent Camp Lejeune settlement message. The government will soon begin providing fast, guaranteed settlements to Camp Lejeune Marines, families, and civilians. Awards will range between $100,000 and $550,000 with an option for higher amounts. If you or a loved one spent time at Camp Lejeune and suffered cancers of the bladder, liver or kidneys, leukemia, non-Hodgkin's lymphoma, Parkinson's, or kidney issues, you may be entitled to a significant financial reward for your Camp Lejeune claim and could be paid within 60 days after accepting your settlement with your VA benefits fully protected. But the deadline for filing is fast approaching, so you need to act now. Call the James Harris Law Camp Lejeune helpline now to get the compensation you deserve. We're already fighting for thousands harmed by the water at Camp Lejeune, and with the deadline coming, you need to call now or you may forever lose your right to a settlement between $100,000 and $550,000. For your free evaluation, call 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277, 800-885-2277.
To me, the most important word in the world is dignity. There are certain God-given rights to be fed, to have shelter, medicine, and clothing. When many of our clients come to us, they face the great risk of losing much of what they have. In some cases, losing everything. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. In one instant, an accident, a natural disaster, or the intentional acts of others can threaten our dignity. Whether it's the loss of a paycheck, paying medical bills, enduring a life of pain and suffering, or a claim with your own insurance company, or a business dispute and you can't afford to pay a lawyer by the hour, your dignity hangs in the balance. You only pay us if we recover for you. Let my firm fight for you, your family, and your dignity. Call us for a free consultation. Dial pound law on your cell phone. That's pound 529. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go.
live on this Wednesday, March 20th. It is indeed Kayal and Company right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. We are always live on the free Odyssey app. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Dawn Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Anthony Dorenzo, our associate producers. It is a Wednesday. That means the great Tony Bruno, live from Florida at 8:30. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
I've been better.
Uh-oh.
Don't feel
Sound
great.
good.
Yeah, my head feels like it's 1,000 pounds this morning.
No.
Head cold. Hello,
boy.
Gregory.
Hi, buddy. I'm glad you're powering through this. Appreciate that.
Dayquil, organic throat coat herbal tea, throat spray.
Show the viewing audience
all the accessories.
Yeah.
All right, so we got this one right here.
YouTube.com.
I feel like the Price is Right where I'm showing the prizes.
Throat coat.
You got a little.
Does that work?
Throat spray.
Throat spray. It's good.
The throat coat.
Yep.
Yes, I love it.
Good.
Yeah. I would encourage Dawn, I would encourage you to start drinking herbal organic throat coat tea as somebody who powers through 6 hours of broadcast excellence a day.
Yeah, I love it. And dandelion tea.
Yes.
Also very good.
Big fan of dandelions until I start sneezing in the spring. I took a Zyrtec as well, so I'm attacking it from every angle.
Uh-oh.
I'm like Joe. I'm from the top down, the bottom up, the middle out, that whole charade that he goes through. There you go. We got a lot of good stuff to get to this morning. A very deep dive, big take this morning on the coronavirus, long COVID, the alleged cover-up of the CDC, and also the data of school closures and how impactful they were now 4 years later. We'll get to that. Also, SCOTUS does a 180 with Texas at the border, but there's only one problem. Mexico doesn't want their people back. If Abbott apprehends them.
No, you can have them.
You cannot keep them.
Yeah, we're good.
They're
We're
a
good.
pain in the butt.
Yeah. Sorry.
We'll get to that.
Moose out front should have told you.
That's correct. And also, yesterday, Trump's reported, rumored cabinet from top to bottom. Do we like it? We'll get to that. Tony Bruno, the cut sheet, and much, much more. But let's get to the news. 6:03, round number one. The great Dawn Stenslin.
And good morning, Kayal and Company. News Live in for the warmest day of the week as we enter into the season of spring in Philadelphia. Yes, U.S. Marshals arresting that fourth wanted suspect for that shooting at a Philadelphia school bus stop, which was a SEPTA bus stop as well. He was arrested, and they caught up with him in Alexandria, Virginia. 17-year-old Asir Boone. A most wanted individual. No word if someone turned him in or helped to turn him in for that $20,000 reward, but he was wanted for attempted murder in that March 6th shooting that we've talked about that injured 8 students in Philadelphia's Burholm section community. Very, shocked about this, upset about this, had meetings, community meetings last week in which students said they wanted to take back their streets, take back the safety of their schools. Today, we know that the principal of Northeast High School will be speaking out publicly for the first time, holding a news conference. So many of these students were Northeast High School students, and they do believe that this situation, this shooting, was connected to that March 4th shooting that happened on the Monday previous to this shooting. So it was a retaliation type situation. That is based on a phone call that one of the other suspects actually made from prison.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So they have that connection. It may
Sure.
have been retaliation.
Yep.
So the one thing I have to ask is how many of the students arrested, the 4 arrested, how many of those teens were high school students? I don't have that answer for you. If they were actively students, were they dropouts, were they grads? So that's one question. Of course, there will be many questions today, and we'll obviously get some answers. The community of Ambler, I'm going to take you there, under a temporary shelter in place last night after that armored truck heist in Philadelphia led police to that quiet suburban neighborhood. If you're familiar with Ambler, which I think you are, pretty quiet. We don't have these kinds of things happening. Shelter in place, obviously, since been lifted. Ambler Borough Police say there is now no danger to the public. All started in Philadelphia, where 3 people held up that armored truck driver. East Mount Airy is where it started, injuring the driver, taking his firearm. And then later in the day, a tip on possible suspects prompted that huge SWAT response. That was what everybody saw in suburban Ambler. So residents, it was late at night. Many of the residents were already sleeping, school night, work night. And so they were just warned, shelter in place, do not leave your home. So we've got that one. Philadelphia police say a security guard for Loomis armored truck robbed at gunpoint. That one was the one on Stenton Avenue, East Mount Airy. Security officer struck over the head with a weapon. Money and the officer's handgun were taken. But in that one, the security guard is these are not life-threatening injuries, I should say.
Probably the last thing you're expecting as an armed security guard with one of these companies that, 3 guys are going to come at you also equally armed.
Yeah. And got away with so there was another, to your point, layer of it.
Yeah.
Because they got away, not only banged him on the head, beat him up, didn't shoot him, but banged him up.
That's a victory.
Yeah, I know. Isn't that sad that
we'll take that, I guess, right?
That I even say that like instinctively, right?
Yeah.
God. So much more to talk about this morning and I'll just say this. We talked yesterday about that huge jackpot, the lottery jackpot, and how in Pennsylvania the systems were down. So there was no winner drawn for the Mega Millions jackpot, now climbing to $977 million after no big winner was drawn last night.
We have to get in on this. What's a ticket? What's a ticket cost?
There's a Odyssey pool.
Is there really?
Yeah. I guess you haven't checked your Odyssey email in a while.
I saw that we're doing a March Madness bracket with the company.
Yeah.
But I didn't know.
Did you participate in that?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
No, I'm a 1 bracket, 1 sheet kind of guy.
Okay.
I like that. I'm a 1 bracket. It's like a country song.
Yeah.
I'm a 1 bracket guy.
It's a new Luke Combs single.
Yeah, I believe we are doing a pool for Odyssey.
Truth be told, as much as I like to gamble, whether it's like betting on sports or doing March Madness brackets or playing poker, I've never played the lottery once in my life.
I have not either.
I've never played the daily number.
Me neither.
Any combo, any Powerball, no.
I have not either.
Nope. No idea why.
And it's not like they're that expensive.
No.
You get them for $1 or $2.
Is that all Powerball costs?
I don't know.
Okay. I would figure Powerball costs a little more than $1, but
I'm sure it does. I think I'm going by 1985 numbers.
Greg's playing the daily number. I'm going to play 555.
2 more things. Just a heads up from Radnor Police, because there is a possible rabid fox out on the loose in Radnor. If you see any, especially a nocturnal animal like a fox, and you see that fox daytime, that might be a sick fox.
Well, speaking of foxes, I mean, did you see the video that went viral yesterday in Philadelphia? There's a squirrel up in a tree with a big pocket knife in his mouth.
That's crazy. He's scared.
He is.
He's
he's getting ready to board SEPTA. He knows he needs to arm up.
Like, I only have one animal voice, Buddy and the Squirrels.
Right.
But yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, you got to work on a second animal
I know,
voice. Come on.
definitely.
In all that free time you have, Dawn.
Yeah. And by the way, Flyers win against the Maple Leafs. Suns, Sean Couturier.
Yeah, Coots didn't play.
Oops.
He got scratched, and he was healthy, too.
Look at you dropping the nickname,
Ooh,
Coots.
Coots.
Hockey insider stalker.
Coots, I'm not going to call Sean Couturier. First of all, Couturier is a great name. Coots sounds like a STD. It's a horrible nickname.
Oh, my God.
4-3. Maybe that's why Coach pulled him. I don't know. No, I'm teasing. 4-3 is the win. We want to hit that hard. Hey, enjoy today. Nicest day of the week. Breezy, nearly 60 degrees, 59. Wow. We cool back down tomorrow, so enjoy today. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 6:10 on this Wednesday morning. Let's get to a midweek Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, the Big Take this morning is brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. COVID, long COVID, and the CDC's alleged corruption and cover-up. The week of We Told You So continues. Yesterday, the media watchdog company Media Research Center confirmed 41 instances of election interference from big tech with Google dating back to 2008, which covers the last 4 election cycles over the span of 16 years. Today, the We Told You So pivots to the world of COVID. Now, many of us with a functional brain knew that the school closures during the pandemic in 2020 and in 2021 would impact the development of our children, stunning their academic progress and social and developmental skills. And now we have the data to prove it even further. But just remember, when you dared to speak up about how COVID, in all likelihood, would not harm your young, healthy child, you were deemed a bad person because you might kill grandma if your kid brought the virus home from school. You were labeled anti-vax if you felt like your 10-year-old child didn't need the COVID vaccine and all of the subsequent boosters. And the New York Times might have been the biggest culprit in the public shame game. So it's only fitting that just a few days ago, the New York Times released data 4 years later on how detrimental shutdowns and virtual schooling was. In the upshot, a specific section of the New York Times, the headline reads as follows: what the data says about pandemic school closures 4 years later. The subheading reads as the following, quote, the more time students spent in remote instruction, the further they fell behind, and experts say extended closures for schools did little to no help to stop the spread of COVID. Geez, you think? And you don't need to be an expert to have arrived at that conclusion 3 years ago. I didn't need to see an ounce of data to realize that some children, if not many, would be harmed by the politics of Democrats and the teachers' union. Randy Weingarten, the head of the teachers' union, should be fired and also held liable for the harm that she caused millions of children, especially after all of the emails that were sent in private that have since been released to the public that calls her out for the fraud that she is, saying that she's doing everything she can to return students to the classroom while advocating for the opposite in private emails. In my opinion, she perjured herself to the American public and parents across the country, an entire generation of kids that don't get that valuable time and instruction back. And there won't be any repercussions? That's criminal, in my opinion. And as we know, red states with Republican governors were back to the classroom within 6 months in the fall of 2020. But blue states and Democrat governors failed kids at a far more alarming rate, and the data proves that. Now, here's a few tidbits and points from the New York Times report. Average math scores for children in 3rd grade through 8th grade dropped at an increased rate in relation to the amount of time that they were in virtual learning. If you were in virtual schooling for 10% of the 2020-2021 academic years, you ended up 35% of one academic year behind the rest of students. If you were on the extreme end of things, that being in virtual for 90% of the time or more, that 35% jumps to 57% of one academic year behind. Led by researchers at Stanford and Harvard, in districts where students spent most of 2020 and 2021 school year learning remotely, they fell more than half a grade behind in math on average, while in districts that spent most of the year in person, they lost just over a third of a grade. Such losses can be hard to overcome without significant interventions. And these most recent test scores are from spring 2023 that show students overall are still not caught up from their pandemic losses, with larger gaps remaining among students that lost the most ground to begin with. Students in districts that were remote or hybrid the longest, at least 90% of the year, still had almost double the ground to make up compared with students in districts that allowed students back for most of the year. And some of the country's largest poor districts are in Democratic learning cities and Democratic leaning cities that took a more cautious approach to the virus. Poor areas and Black and Hispanic communities also suffered higher COVID death rates, making many families and teachers in those districts hesitant to return. Perhaps the biggest question that hung over school reopenings was it safe? That was largely unknown in the spring of 2020 when schools first shut down. But several experts, according to the New York Times, said that had changed by the fall of 2020 when there were initial signs that children were less likely to become seriously ill and growing evidence from Europe and parts of the United States that opening schools with safety measures did not lead to significantly more transmission of the virus. Quote, infectious disease leaders have generally agreed that school closures were not an important strategy in stemming the spread of COVID. Quote, I do believe it was the right decision, said Jerry T. Jordan, president of the Philadelphia Federation of Teachers, which resisted returning to school in person over concerns about the availability of vaccines and poor ventilation in school buildings. Philadelphia schools waited to partially reopen until the spring of 2021, a decision Mr. Jordan believes saved lives. Quote, it doesn't matter what is going on in the building and how much people are learning if people are getting the virus and running the potential of dying, he said. Hey, Jerry, you're a fool. So for those in poor communities, in big blue cities, what are you going to do this fall? Are you going to vote Democrat again? Are you going to reelect people that harmed your child's progress? Something to think about just about 7 months out. But moving on, a new study that was just revealed shows that long COVID doesn't actually exist. Researchers in Australia surveyed over 5,000 people after testing positive for COVID, following up with them over the course of a year to see what recurring, long-lasting symptoms they might have had. And surprisingly, these experts found that the long-term effects were no different from those after any viral infection. They also found that there was no significant increase in what was described as functional limitations within a year after getting a viral infection, no matter which one it was. Chief Health Officer John Gerard in Queensland, Australia, said, quote, we found that the rates of ongoing symptoms and functional impairment are indistinguishable from other post-viral illnesses. These findings underscore the importance of comparing post-COVID-19 outcomes with those following other respiratory infections and of further research into post-viral syndromes. They wrongly imply that there is something unique and exceptional about the longer-term symptoms associated with the virus. This terminology, according to Mr. Gerard, can cause unnecessary fear and, in some cases, hypervigilance and longer symptoms that can impede recovery. Geez, unnecessary fear? Where have we heard that before? And who usually peddles it? But lastly, that said, the biggest concern should be about the CDC and their alleged vaccine cover-up. Here's an exchange between members of the Novel Coronavirus Southwestern Intergovernmental Committee, say that 10 times fast, and Dr. Peter McCullough. Listen and watch part one of this.
I find information like this, inserts for the vaccine. Paper's there, and there's nothing printed on it. I find that very interesting, disheartening, disgusting, and lots of other words. But then it gets better. It just keeps, wait, there's more. It just keeps happening. The CDC redacts every single word of a 148-page study on a myocarditis after COVID vaccination. So I asked research to print the study for me. 148 pages. The entire thing is redacted. What good does a study do if there's nothing there? Then I want to know, wait, what might have been there that they needed to redact it? That's even scarier.
We're witnessing an active cover-up of a colossal consumer product safety debacle that is basically affecting the entire world. So in the United States, our CDC, National Institutes of Health, and the FDA are actively involved in a cover-up. And the same is occurring in the UK with the MHRA, Europe with European medicine agencies, and Australia with the therapeutic goods.
148 pages and 100% redaction. It's probably not something you're going to hear about or read about in mainstream media. Just a hunch. Here's part two of Peter McCullough as he further explains what he is alleging. Listen and watch this.
Something is going on that's very big. Each one of these companies that puts out a product has an obligation to produce 90 days of safety monitoring after their product comes out. It's a regulatory dossier. If somebody has a problem with the new product and they call the company like Pfizer, Pfizer has to report, write down what happened, and they have to collate that in a report and produce it and make it publicly available. When it came to 90 days with Pfizer, the first vaccine that came out, remember Pfizer was approved December 10th, 2020, Pfizer didn't produce a report. And then people started asking, well, what's happening with your vaccine? And Pfizer would not disclose what happened. And then it went to court. And the lawyer for the FDA stepped in and said they don't want to release Pfizer's dossier for 55 years. 55 years.
Remember, Pfizer cannot be held liable, but can advertise the you-know-what out of their 100% safe and effective shot. Luckily, it would not be 55 years, and we now have the results. Here's the last clip, part 3 of Dr. McCullough. Listen and watch.
Plaintiff pushed, and finally, slowly, the Pfizer dossier came out. Pfizer recorded 1,223 deaths with their product within 90 days of release. People were calling Pfizer in desperation, watching their family members die after taking the vaccine. Pfizer recorded over 1,200 new adverse events, new problems that Dr. Bowden has talked to you about that we are grappling with the entire time. But the point is, our FDA worked to cover this up. The FDA should be regulating this company. FDA should have been having at least monthly meetings and fully disclosing what was going on with these novel vaccines, which are a genetic transfer technology platform. It's the first time human beings had ever been injected with foreign genetic material in world history. Now they were getting it full on. 2/3 of the world's population took these.
So, parents, what's your retribution? How do you get some vindication from the years of 2020, 2021, 2022? Well, you get it at the ballot box this November. Vote the Democrats out that stunted your children's growth and the party that touts trust the science, because in a lot of cases, all they did was play the political science game. Don't forget that this fall, and certainly don't let them do it again. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, big take this morning brought to you by Tommy D's Home Improvement Center. If you are renovating a kitchen or building one from the ground up, Tommy D's Home Improvement Center is your go-to for quality kitchen cabinets, flooring, and molding at affordable rates. Visit their showroom in Philadelphia or their website at TommyD's.com. You can certainly jump in with your thoughts and reaction, 855-839-1210, on social media at 1210WPHT, and, of course, in the Kayal and Company comment community on YouTube. Just go to youtube.com/@1210WPHT and hit the like and subscribe buttons. We'll get thoughts on that and other updates, including the reversing of the course, a 180 by the Supreme Court of the United States when it comes to the border and Texas. That's still on the way this morning. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You know, I'm so happy to welcome in the Anderson Mechanical Corporation to our Talk Radio 1210 family here, led by Carrie and Bill. Great guys. AMC are the people you can trust to keep your home or your business comfortable year-round. With a wealth of experience and a dedication to their field, the professionals at AMC, they really do take pride in properly maintaining and repairing their customers' homes. They are so passionate about putting their customers number one first and delivering just a great experience, which is why they live by what they call the AMC difference. So they're not going to sell anybody anything you don't need, and I love that. Always make sure, okay, make sure of this, that you ask, if you call any company, hey, does the technician who comes out, does that tech make commission off of anything that they recommend? That's an important question, according to Carrie and Bill, because they don't. They find the best, the most cost-effective solution for each and every customer, and they value your time, so they keep to your schedule and communicate openly, obviously, with clients. So believe it or not, warm weather, it will be here soon before you know it, and you'll want your air conditioning ready and good to go to keep your home cool this summer. Right now is the time to call my friends at Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Call them today, AMC. Schedule a spring tune-up at an awesome discount. Visit AMContheweb.com. AMContheweb.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at renofi.com/notices. Texting enrolls for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop, opt out.
John, I'm putting my foot down. We can't put off renovating this house any longer. Our kitchen is so small. We need to finish the basement for the kids, and don't even get me started on the bathrooms.
Honey, renovating is so expensive. We can't do all those projects.
With Renofi, we can.
What's Renofi?
Renofi loans are a new type of home equity loan only for homeowners doing renovations. We can get up to $500,000 and keep our existing low mortgage rate locked in.
With
Renovai, we can do everything on our renovation list and we don't have to refinance?
That's right. Renovai loans are the only home equity loan that use the after renovation value.
Just what we need. How do we get started with Renovai?
Just send them a text.
Text BASEMENT to 323232 and see if you qualify for up to $500,000 to renovate your home with Renovai. Unlock the future value of your home right now to get the money you need without refinancing. Text the word BASEMENT to 323232 to get started today. Text BASEMENT to 323232.
NMLS number 1802847. Not all borrowers or properties qualify. Loan terms apply.
Today, everyone is trying to eat healthier and eat more fresh foods. Well, that also goes for your four-legged friends. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. If you are not aware of the new generation of fresh food diets available for your four-legged friends, then you are missing out. At Dogs and Cats Rule, we carry a wide-ranging selection of fresh foods that includes raw, gently cooked, freeze-dried, air-dried, and baked. To learn more, visit any of our 7 locations. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I've been talking for years about my buddy Roy and the original Batteries Plus Bulbs 18 years ago that he founded on Route 73 in Mount Laurel. And when you stop in now, you mention my name, you're going to be entered to win a $50 gift certificate to use at the Mount Laurel and Northfield locations. No purchase necessary. For anything that you want fixed, repaired that involves technology, 856-638-0778. Batteries Plus Bulbs, Mount Laurel and Northfield.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
The Phillies have discontinued Dollar Dog Night because fans were throwing hot dogs at each other.
These changes for the Phillies. All fans are asked to please hold on to your wieners. Thank you, and enjoy the ball game.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township, Saturday, April 20th, and at St. Luke's Church in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
Get slimmer for the summer by losing a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days with NJ Diet. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or go to njdiet.com. Get ready for spring with njdiet.com.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Hey, Joe DeCamera here to tell you why Family and Company Jewelers on Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey is South Jersey's diamond destination and your trusted jeweler for quality, service, and price. You can choose from the largest selection of engagement rings in the area, or you can have their master jewelers create a custom one-of-a-kind ring just for your special day. Visit their showroom or shop online at familyjewelers.com. That's familyjewelers.com. Family and Company Jewelers, South Jersey's diamond destination.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Riverton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 6:30 live here on a Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Cut sheet coming up 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. Also, don't forget this Friday, Radiothon, Travis Manion Foundation, 13 straight hours, 6A to 7P. As I've said on Monday and Tuesday, don't make your credit card payment this month. Skip the mortgage. Send it all to TMF. It's for a good cause. It's all we're asking you to do.
Yeah.
Just fall behind for 1 month. I kid. But anything that you can donate and give would be absolutely fantastic coming up on this Friday, which I believe last year we were in the low 90s, I think 92,000 or so. This year the goal, at least my personal goal, is setting the bar for 100,000.
Exactly.
Yeah.
We can do it. We'll do it.
I think we can.
With the help and the generosity of the listeners.
Yes. All right. So I thought it was interesting yesterday. The New York Times writing these data release points on all the issues that COVID school closures cost our children, most notably in grades 3 through 8. Also, a massive study of 5,000 people in Australia kind of debunking the concept of long COVID. Take it for what it's worth. It's one study. I don't know if that means long COVID's not a thing or if it's just randomly select in certain individuals, but I thought that study was very interesting. And then also a lot of that testimony from Peter McCullough and those allegations about the way the CDC was operating with Pfizer and Big Pharma when it comes to getting the adverse effects and the reactions within the first 3 months of people taking the COVID shot. But I bring a lot of this up to bring this up. Drew Holden, who used to write for the New York Times, the Washington Post, and Fox News, has a very interesting thread on Twitter because yesterday was the 4-year anniversary of the debut of the phrase 15 days to slow the spread. It's amazing how...
Oh, happy anniversary, everybody.
Yeah, happy 15 days to stop the spread to you as well, sir.
Yeah, thank you.
May the Lord be with you. Peace be with you.
There's another study that basically says COVID made us all stupider.
More
stupid.
Yes.
Stupider.
I actually subscribe to that theory. I've looked at the data extensively, Dawn, late at night while I was drinking a whiskey, and I can confirm that's true. But Drew has brought up a lot of the, and if you pull up his Twitter from about 12 hours ago, at Drew Holden 360, you can see he's kind of chronicled all of the mainstream media publications and websites from 4 years ago when they started saying 15 days to stop the spread. The Atlantic with a headline 4 years ago. Georgia's experiment in human sacrifice. The state is about to find out how many people need to lose their lives to shore up the economy. That was from the Atlantic. The Washington Post with a headline 4 years ago. States rushing to reopen are likely making a deadly error. Coronavirus models and experts warn. And then lastly, the third one that he has from the New York Times, the virus can be stopped, but only with harsh steps. You know, I think we're just going to continue to see this as years go by and we get more and more data and we look back on how the, quote, so-called experts were just so dead wrong on so many things. Dawn, I remember this in 2020 and 2021 living in Tennessee. I remember these experts getting on TV. Oh, my God, they're going to play college football? They're going to have 90,000 people smushed into a stadium? It's a super spreader event, and the South is going to have all of these unforeseen tragic deaths. And if you look at the data and you go through it from like Georgia and Florida and Tennessee and Alabama, they had far less deaths than blue states like Pennsylvania and New York and California. So I wanted to bring this up because I just think when we see all of this data, and I'm lucky enough that my daughters were not impacted school-wise from the standpoint of falling behind, but these kids in grades 3 through 8, I mean, they're still trying to play catch-up 2.5, 3 years later.
Yeah, and here, by the way, UPenn was kind of stifled when they came out early on in the pandemic, and this was the Wharton School of Business, and those researchers came out, gave a model, and they said this is going to be an economic disaster. And then in the fall of 2020, they released that other study that talked about the COVID pandemic, the impact that it would have on school children and students. They estimated just from the business standpoint that each student would lose potential earnings. So they were calculating, and you think about the DeLorean and Back to the Future. If you could go back, take these same kids, not lock them out of schools and all that, and let them go to school, let them follow a more positive pathway, give them an opportunity. They're saying that on average, this cost the average Philadelphia school age child shut out of schools an average of $57,000.
It's unbelievable.
So do we have a lawsuit here, all of us, and we were damaged in different ways?
Sadly, and I might be off on this assessment, I feel like most people not only have moved on, but they've kind of forgotten about it. They want to put it on the back burner, never relive it, never rethink of it again. And also, I don't know how many people out there actually feel like I feel, where the only way to get kind of payback, so to speak, is when you vote. Because if you were now look, you could sit here and be a Democrat and be on the fence about maybe ditching Biden for Trump because of the economy or crime or the border. But does the way the government conducted business in 2021 and 2022, especially after Trump was out of office, does that impact your decision with who you vote for this fall in 2024 in the general? Now, we've obviously had elections since the pandemic. We had the midterms of the fall of 2022 and the red wave that never materialized. But if your child was set back, I mean, what can you do? I mean, it's not like you can sue Pfizer. You're not going to be able to school a school district. You're not going to be able to say, Randy Weingarten should be fired, as much as she should be. She won't be. So I think the only kind of way that you can claim any sort of redemption is with your power to vote. So, and I think the Democrats played it far worse than Republicans did. Two other headlines from this thread that I thought was great. CNN with a headline 4 years ago. The dangerous morality behind the Open It Up movement. That was from CNN on April 23rd of 2020. And then the last one that I thought stood out, USA Today. This was written April 28th of 2020. They're playing Russian roulette as states reopen amid coronavirus. Experts warn of risks. So all of the fear-mongering, everything that we mentioned in the big take, those were some of the headlines from the most notorious culprits in mainstream media. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Some temporary good news yesterday as the Supreme Court of the United States did a 180. And we were going to talk about this yesterday, but we just ran out of time because yesterday the Supreme Court was banning Texas's ability to enforce SB 4, which allows state police in the Lone Star State to not only arrest illegal aliens, but deport them. Now, yesterday, after our show, the Supreme Court does a total reversal where 7 of the 9 justices actually side with Texas over the Biden administration. And now Texas and Greg Abbott will have the ability to arrest and deport illegal immigrants that come across the border and have no right to be here. I think that's a great and it's only a temporary injunction, but it's a great victory short term. And I think when we talk about all of these numbers of this invasion and this influx, however temporarily this might be, if it's 5 weeks, 2 months, whatever it might be, this is going to be a good victory because then you can certainly try to cut down on some of these numbers. Now, of course, the 2 justices that dissented with the ruling, one was Sotomayor, the other, Ketanji Brown Jackson, the Biden appointee from Harvard. She's the same one who 2 days ago in our big take says, I'm a little concerned about the First Amendment's ability to be too stringent on the government to censor speech. So she did not agree with this. But it's just a damning day in this country that the Supreme Court of the United States has to be involved with something like protecting its citizens at the border. Why is it that a governor cares more about protecting not only his state, but his country compared to the current presidential administration? I don't know if this story broke when you were on, Dawn. I know this came after we were off the air at 10, but this is, I think, at least a temporary victory in what should not be this controversial discussion and debate, right? Like, it should be, hey, what are you as a nation? Are you really a sovereign nation if you don't have border security? If you don't have borders, you're not a sovereign nation. Greg Abbott does a better job with this than Joe Biden.
Yeah, I talked to immigration attorney Christine
Oh,
Flowers
that's right,
to get her reaction to it. I just think, this is a states' rights court. It fascinates me because initially, very conservative Justice, U.S. Supreme Court Justice Samuel Alito, he's the one who put a pause on the thing until they could all look at it. So that was on Monday.
Yep.
Then yesterday, they come out and then they say, okay, take off the pause. We're going to allow this state law to take effect.
Mm-hmm.
So, now we have, I think, we have a situation that pits what are they going to do? DOJ? Is Biden going to sick his DOJ?
Merrick Garland on somebody?
On these individuals? How does this work? How does it impact relations with Mexico, who doesn't want the folks back?
Funny you say that. I actually have the statement right here from the Mexican government after this ruling. I mean, what does this go to show, and what does this say about Mexico? And also think about this in the Middle East. So Mexico has people that defect from their country, come up through the southern border, they get apprehended by ICE or the Texas state government, and they're about to be deported back, and Mexico says, no, we don't want you. What does this also say in the Middle East with refugees from Gaza, where other Middle Eastern countries are like, no, we don't want Gaza refugees in our country? So what side of people have been on with these two interesting political discussions in the Middle East at the southern border? If you're on the side of the United States and protecting your border, and if you're on the side of Israel, you look like you're probably on the right side of history right now, because nobody wants these people. Why? Because they're probably not good human beings with sinister intentions of terrorism, drugs, the drug cartel, the gangs, human trafficking. But you say that, it's like, oh, you don't value humanity. No, I just look at reality. We're not getting choir boys coming over from Mexico, right? So the Mexican government posted this yesterday, and they said, on behalf of the government of Mexico, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs condemns the entry into force of Texas law SB 4, which seeks to stop the flow of migrants by criminalizing them and encouraging the separation of families, discrimination, and racial profiling that violate the human rights of the migrant community.
Texas Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick was on Fox News yesterday when this broke. You want to hear a little bit of that?
Sure.
Okay, here we go.
We want to jump back out for a second here with more on our breaking news on the Supreme Court decision regarding the Texas border law. Sandra?
Yeah, that just in, the Supreme Court has declined to block this Texas law that would allow state law enforcement to arrest people suspected of illegally crossing the border. Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick is now on the phone with us to react to this news and tell us what it means for the border crisis. Welcome.
Hi, Sandra. Hi, John. Look, I'm catching my breath right now because this is historic. The Supreme Court has ruled that this law, Senate Bill 4, that I wrote with Senator Charles Perry at the end of last year and passed, Governor signed it, that would give Texas the right to arrest those who are here illegally. We can put them in jail or we can send them back. And I was on Fox just yesterday morning, kind of in a lighthearted way. I said, I know the Supreme Court is listening as they get up for court this morning, and we are being invaded by land, by sea, by air. It's drones, it's boats going into Florida. They have been taking drugs and illegal immigrants to Florida for years. Of course, millions have come across the border under Joe Biden. So it sounds like to me, the court, and I haven't read the final ruling yet, but it sounds like the court has made this decision that Texas has the right to defend ourselves against this organized, mobilized, cartel-driven invasion of our country. This is historic today, and I'm thankful for the Supreme Court ruling. I believe the ruling was 6-3. Now, this just says it goes into effect while it works its way through the courts, but this is a big statement that we can go into action now, and this law can become effective now.
Yeah, because they didn't rule whether or not it's constitutional, so they're hearing arguments today.
Yep.
And the Fifth Circuit Court is gonna probably issue another one today. They start hearing the arguments.
Let me give you a stat and a prediction. Under Greg Abbott's Operation Lone Star, the state has now spent or allocated more than $11 billion since 2021 to deploy state troopers and National Guardsmen to the border, arrest migrants for trespassing, and erect barriers along the Rio Grande. That's the stat I wanted to give you, the $11 billion. But I'm going to give you a prediction right now. It's not on the 2024 election, but it is on 2 states impacted by the border and illegal immigration. In 2020, Joe Biden took Arizona by 10,000 votes. In 2020, he took Georgia by 11,000 votes. Arizona, border state, Georgia, Lake and Riley. If the election was held today, I think Trump wins Arizona and Georgia. I think he easily flips those 2 states with 11,000 or less votes in which Joe Biden took and carried 4 years ago. 855-839-1210, the number. We'll come back, put a bow on our number 1. And speaking of illegal immigrants, did you know that they still have the right to carry a firearm? They are still afforded Second Amendment rights despite coming to this country and being here illegally.
Cool.
A lot of people divided. A lot of Second Amendment absolutists divided on this issue.
Yeah.
We'll explore it as we continue. It's Kayal and Company.
You've heard me talk about Chapman windows, doors, and siding, how much I love my new patio doors and all the work the Chapman family team has done in my home. And you know by now, if I needed more windows, doors, siding, I would only trust the Chapman team. You may not think of Chapman right away for siding or stucco remediation, but I tell you, I would only trust the Chapman family team with this important investment in your home. So if you're thinking of updating your current siding or removing that current stucco and then replacing it with siding, I want you to think Chapman and think that beautiful James Hardy plank or vinyl siding. It's going to add value to your home. It's going to be beautiful. Right now is a great time to get ahead of the ball. Get this on the calendar. Yeah, your 2024 siding project this year or whatever you need. These certified Chapman installers are the professionals you want on this job. If you or somebody you know are looking for windows, doors, siding, stucco remediation, shutters, all those hardware choices, give them a call or you can text them. They're listening right now. They're like-minded right here in Chester County in our area. 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898. You can take a virtual tour at ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. I love to peruse ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Look at all the before and after pictures. That could be your house. Tell them Dawn sent you.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 lease for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I told you over the years about my great dentist friend and prosthodontist, Dr. Robert Bentz of the Bentz Dental Group. Well, his hygienist, Maria, very gentle in cleaning your teeth, but a taskmaster. One of her tips, brush on the inside of your teeth, Dom. Who knew? Get the same kind of care I got. Go to the Bentz Dental Group in East North and give them a call at 610-272-6949, BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949, BentzDentalGroup.com.
I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. with the good news brought to you by BetterHelp. Technology advances continue to shape the present day and the future job creation opportunities. The good news is that research has revealed that remote and hybrid jobs are on the increase across the nation. Working mobile from home is more welcome and prevalent today than ever before.
What's the first thing you'll do if you have more time in the day? Nap, read, talk with a friend,
Knowing what's important to you is easy to fit it into your schedule. Therapy can help you figure that out. BetterHelp offers affordable online therapy. Start the process in minutes and switch therapists anytime. Visit BetterHelp, HELP.com/good news to get 10% off of your first month. That's the good news. I'm Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. on the USBC Network, brought to you by BetterHelp.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
You didn't have to love me like you did, but you did, but you did.
6:51. Welcome back in, Kayal and Company. As we roll on, it is a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno coming up at 8:30. Cut sheet in less than an hour. 855-839-1210. The phone number. You can get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. I do want to get to this judge's ruling on illegal immigrants and having their gun rights protected by the Second Amendment. A lot of division in reaction to this. We'll get to that coming up to kick off hour number 2 after the news. But I wanted to at least pass this along because we have a very short segment here. The FAU national poll has just come out. As we know, we're just coming off of the State of the Union address a little over a week ago. And the apparent Joe Biden shouting and yelling fest did not move the needle. And we're continuing to see some of these polls come out post State of the Union address. And the nationwide Florida Atlantic University poll was released yesterday and found that it had no help to the president, Joe Biden, as Joe Biden and Donald Trump are still tied at roughly 44%. When the responses were narrowed down to likely voters, Biden fared slightly better, but the contest is still essentially tied within the margin of error. Biden at 46% and Trump at 44%. And that is generally in line with most of the recent national polls. I was getting tweets yesterday from some listeners because I tweeted out about how I think with the border and the Laken Riley tragedy that Georgia and Arizona are going to go in favor of Trump. And a lot of people are tweeting out the Real Clear polling average that kind of tabulates all of the polls. And you look at a lot of these, and Trump is up 4, 5, 6, 8, 10 points. I just want to say this like for the 17,000th time. Let's not get ahead of ourselves with the polls and the polling numbers. We know what happened in the fall of 2022. We know that polls are a snapshot in time, and it's a very, very small sample size. So I know people are expecting, a bloodbath come November, and Trump is leading every single swing state pretty much right now. But we'll see if that plays out in real time, in reality. I'm not going to take the bait and fall for that again. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. Dawn has some news to kick off hour 2, and then we will get to this conversation. Where do you stand? A lot of gun owners in this audience, a lot of people that are very, very pro-Second Amendment, and a judge has come down and ruled that illegal immigrants, despite being here illegally, still have Second Amendment rights. What do we think about that? I'll give you my take on the other side. It's Kayal and Company. We're back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, a word from the great people at the Piazza Auto Group. As you recall, just about a month ago, we dropped the debut episode of Kale Pool Karaoke on social media, and we filmed that debut episode inside of the beautiful 2024 Honda Pilot Trail Sport. Now, it features a 7-mode drive system, Trail Watch multi-camera view, 18-inch alloy wheels, and wireless Apple CarPlay. But one of the great features, if your wife is asking, honey, I need that third row, maybe you're the dad, you're like, I don't want to do the minivan thing. The Honda Pilot Trail Sport SUV offers third row seating that will come in handy for that growing family. And you can check out all of the options on the Honda Pilot at any of their 5 Piazza Honda locations: Philadelphia, Pottstown, Reading, Springfield, and Langhorne. Shop all of their inventory online, PiazzaAutoGroup.com.
My kitchen is the heart of my home. Dawn Stensland here. If your kitchen or bath is outdated, you need Kitchen Magic. Yeah, they're local in Pennsylvania. They have an experienced team which has transformed more than 60,000 spaces. A dedicated design consultant works with you on your choices for refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash counters, and tub shower conversion. Right now, they're offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, and 10% off your remodel. Visit kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
When it comes to financial wellness, we could talk forever. To help guide you, Joe Yakovich has written a book, The Heart of Your Money, where Joe talks about longevity, inflation, retirement surprises, and more. For your free copy, call the office of Joe Yakovich, JML Financial, at 856-751-1771, or email Joe at jyakovich@brokersifs.com, and listen to Joe on Talk Radio 1210 every Sunday at 9 a.m. For 40 years, Joe's different approach and non-cookie-cutter methods have helped pave the path to financial wellness and/or retirement. Get on board and get the free book. Call 856-751-1771. Call now, 856-751-1771. Joe Yakovich is registered with, and securities and investment advisory services are offered through Brokers International Financial Services, LLC. Member SIPC. Brokers International Financial Services, LLC is not an affiliated company.
The Dudat Dental Group is the official dentist of the Philadelphia Eagles, and they would love to care for you too. Dudat Dental has over 20 area locations with state-of-the-art facilities, including the latest robotic implant placement technology. The Dudat Dental Group has been providing compassionate and pain-free dentistry for over 25 years, is in network with most insurances, and offers easy payment options when you need them. The Dudat Dental Group, making dentistry easy. Visit them at PhiladelphiaEaglesDentist.com.
Thinking about popping the question? Springtime is the perfect time to show that special person in your life how much you care. When you show them that beautiful cozy diamond, they won't have any doubts thanks to Cozy's 5 C's: color, cut, clarity, carat, and the cozy touch. All that adds up to an unforgettable moment, and an engagement ring from Cozy Jewelers is the only way to improve on a perfect spring day. So head to Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square for all your jewelry needs, or shop online at cozyjewelers.com.
Feel like everything's clouded by doubt? Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com. Our psychics are available to talk 24/7, and we guarantee if it's not life-changing, it's free. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
Her words weren't written under peaceful shade, but under fear for her life.
I don't think of all the misery, but of the beauty that still remains.
The words of Anne Frank continue to fill us with hope. Hope. Pass it on from PassItOn.com.
At Consumer Cellular, you get the same exact coverage as the largest carriers, but for up to half the cost. Same thing, up to half the cost. Up to half the cost for the same thing. 50% the money for 100% the same thing. I hope I'm making myself clear. Consumer Cellular. When freedom calls, we're here to answer. Call us at 1-888-FREEDOM.
Half the cost savings based on cost of consumer cellular single-line 5GB data plan with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single-line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plan offered by T-Mobile and Verizon May 2023.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
See Joe Conklin's Comedy Show at St. Luke's on Easton Road in Glenside on Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
JoeConklin.com! Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Welcome back in. 7 o'clock as we begin hour 2. It's Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. 855-839-1210 if you would like to join the show. Cut sheet coming up, 7:45. Tony Bruno at 8:30. Also a very interesting story with a guy who has done great work, not only in Pennsylvania, but around the country. And I believe he's even been on the Dom Show. Scott Pressler will not be getting a job with the RNC, according to Laura Trump. We'll get to that story. And also, what does a Trump cabinet look like? According to Fox News yesterday, a report came out where the Attorney General, the DHS Secretary, the Chief of Staff, and all the VP options were rattled off. We'll go through them and see who we would prefer and who we would not. We'll do that coming up in just a little bit. And also, illegal immigrants, should they be afforded Second Amendment rights? We'll get to that after the news. But let's get to the news. 7:02, round number 2, the great Dawn Stensland.
And good morning, Kayal and Company News Live. We are at 40 degrees on this March 20th as we head into the season of spring. We are heating up today. I say heating up tongue in cheek, but 59 degrees looks like this will be the warmest day of the week. We are sponsored in Kayal and Company News Live by First Harvest Credit on this first day of spring. A Deptford police officer who shot and killed a man last year is not being criminally charged in connection to that incident, and that is after a state grand jury review. This is New Jersey. And so we want to update this. As we talk about these things, they're in the headlines, and then they fall away, and nobody ever follows up on them. It's an important follow-up. So this is Officer Luke Ivey, fully exonerated in the situation, fatally shot a 55-year-old Sicklerville man, Daniel Nevius. This happened after the Deptford Township Police Department responded to a 911 call there on Fox Run Road in Deptford, and the caller had told, in a frantic way, had told 911 that this man was pointing a rifle at innocent civilians and acting erratically. They were terrified there. Police rushed to the scene. Ivy fired a single shot from his service weapon, that, according to authorities, striking the man, and responding officers said that the man pointed his weapon at police, was threatening to shoot and kill police. So this was a police shooting in defense. 6-year veteran of the department. That's the officer here, fully exonerated.
Good. I like to hear that.
Yes, sir.
That's what these guys get. FAFO. I believe Sean Ferrer said that best. I can't really say what that means on the radio, but you know it. You figure it out. FAFO. Mess around and find out, basically.
We do have breaking news right now on the Pennsylvania side. Montgomery County Clubhouse at the center of a 55 and over community in Montgomery County in the suburbs of Philadelphia, fully engulfed in flames. Firefighters battling to put this out early this morning. So the flames are raging in the middle of this development. This is at the Neshaminy Falls Clubhouse on Sump Road. This is North Wales.
Oh.
So there is a full evacuation as dozens of fire crews, and they're responding from other fire departments. So it's an active situation. So it looks like so far they got all of the residents out, and I don't hear of any injuries thus far.
You said North Wales?
Yes,
Okay.
Montgomery
yeah.
County.
Yeah, not too far from me.
Yeah.
10 minutes maybe.
So we do have the fourth suspect finally taken into custody, wanted for that shooting at a Philadelphia SEPTA bus stop, school bus stop, arrested in Alexandria, Virginia. This, according to U.S. Marshals, who took into custody without incident 17-year-old Asir Boone. He's the fourth of these accused shooters. He'll be charged with attempted murder, among other charges, and U.S. Marshal Service taking him into custody. No word if anybody collected the $20,000 cash reward for information leading to his arrest. So we'll wait to see if that tip call came in. But this is with regard to the March 6th shooting that, of course, injured 8 students in Philadelphia's Burholm section. The principal of their high school, Northeast High, will be speaking today for the very first time. We've talked a lot about those high school students. Many of them say, hey, we're good kids. We want to go to school. We want to be safe. What's going on in the schools? That's the question here. Were these kids who were high school students recruited by gangs? Did this involve drugs? Did this involve retaliation from a shooting that happened 2 days earlier? That's one of the questions. The shooting that happened 2 days earlier actually took the life of another 17-year-old high school student from a charter school.
Yeah.
So, and injured many other people, not only students, but people on a SEPTA bus. As far as the other students who were, the other 7 who were injured from Northeast High, they continue to recover from their injuries.
Wow.
So, let us not forget that, many of those kids are still hospitalized, stabilized, but still hospitalized.
And they've concluded the grief counseling, right? I think they were doing alternate days, or it was like 9th and 10th graders and then 11th and 12th?
Yeah, they have concluded, they concluded that switch off that you're talking about where they were doing individualized, but they will continue, they say, to assess the situation. Certainly anybody who reaches out for help, needs the help and counseling, that sort of thing, they will provide it.
Right.
But that's the latest on that one. Finally, they caught, that was March 6th.
Yeah.
What's today, the 20th?
2 weeks.
Yeah. So
Yep.
Here we go.
There you go.
Community of Ambler was under that temporary, this was crazy. Everybody was talking about this shelter in place. Last night, this armored truck heist in Philadelphia led police on this chase to the quiet suburban neighborhood of Ambler. So many residents were awakened, told to shelter in place as this was happening. But this started in Philadelphia. 3 armed guys held up that armored truck driver in East Mount Airy and injured the driver and took his gun. The driver, we're told, was not shot. So the driver was pistol whipped or punched, struck over the head, and the money taken, the handgun was taken. And so he's suffering from those injuries, but will survive, according to authorities. But a tip on possible suspects prompted that. I mean, this was a large SWAT response.
Now, that's the 3rd shelter in place in less than a week, correct?
It's crazy.
Because we had 2 in Bucks County, and now in this area of Ambler, would this be technically Bucks or Montgomery?
That's Montgomery.
Yeah, it's definitely Montgomery.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I love Ambler.
So do I. It was one of the places I looked at when I moved up here. It was either Ambler or Bluebell. I chose Bluebell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Housing prices.
Yeah,
Right?
well, get my barf bag. I'm already sick enough.
I know, right? I know you and Kristen are looking at houses.
Yeah.
It's, and that brings us actually to another story that we've talked about, the following up on, and we'll talk about this later, no doubt, all of the census studies. And Nick Kayal talked earlier about 4 years to slow the spread 4 years ago. So we have talked about the fact that during COVID, Philadelphia, the city of Philadelphia, how much population we lost. More than 53,000 people moved out. Where did they move? So Montgomery County, KOP, one of the areas where, let's say, the 20-somethings were moving, because at that point, people who were saving up for a place, They said they still had those low interest rate. Boy, do they feel like geniuses right about now.
Absolutely.
Low interest rates at that time, beginning of the pandemic. Hey, let's get out of here, move to the burbs. So they look very smart. But where did everybody move? We're now getting those assessments.
So you've got KOP and just Montgomery County in general. We're
in
talking?
Chester County.
In Chester.
Looks like they moved out to Chester County, but as well Lancaster County.
Yeah.
Believe it or not,
Okay.
because they were taking advantage of zooming it in type work. So what does that mean for Philadelphia? As the Mayor Sherrell Parker says, hey, everybody get back to work. Well, now you've moved out to the burbs.
Right.
And
further commute.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
So good luck with that.
Yep.
So we've got that going on. Nick Kayal talking about COVID studies. There's another one about COVID and the impact on your actual IQ and how many IQ points you lost.
No way.
So I actually love, I don't know if you want to tease this, if you want me to move on.
No, we have 5-6 minutes.
So it's a new study published in the New England Journal of Medicine, looks at how much cognition is impaired in the months after a coronavirus infection, shows COVID-19's impact can be measured by your IQ points.
So this is like a COVID cloud post-infection. Your IQ drops by a handful of points?
At least 6 IQ points.
Wow. Now, how much if you're still wearing a mask in 2024? Does that your IQ get cut in half? I would think so.
Or is that the sign of you've already lost so many points?
Yeah, that's the sign as in your brain is broken.
So for people with COVID, where it was severe enough to require hospital care, the deficit deepened to 9 points.
To 9 points. Wow.
I don't know. We should compare this to, because you know how they say if so many times if you've been drunk or so many times you did certain things, how many IQ points you lost?
Yeah.
So where did you lose more IQ points, COVID or getting
Well,
liquored
I've
up?
definitely lost more IQ points with alcohol than COVID. There's no question about that. I don't need a scientific study to confirm those findings.
So we have to look at all of this. Yes. We are sponsored by First Harvest Credit Union this morning. Build stronger financial roots with First Harvest Credit Union. Open a growth savings account. You earn as high as 3.5% annual percentage yield while having flexible access to your funds. Visit firstharvestcu.com for details. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA. The forecast today, love it because this is, I believe, the warmest day that we're going to get of the work week. We're looking at 59 degrees, partly sunny skies. We cool off for your tomorrow. So tomorrow we dip back down and some rain chances in the forecast. So definitely get out there, enjoy the spring-like weather today. Kayal & Company News Live.
And take your allergy pills, folks. Take your allergy pills.
Yeah.
855-839-1210. All right, thank you very much, Dawn. Cut sheet in just over a half hour. Let's get to this Second Amendment story. We were talking about the Supreme Court of the United States doing a 180 and now saying that Texas and Greg Abbott can, in fact, arrest and deport illegal immigrants. But a federal judge in Illinois, has found that the Constitution protects the gun rights of non-citizens who enter the United States illegally. This is the headline coming out in FoxNews.com. Judge rules illegal immigrants have gun rights protected by the Second Amendment. U.S. District Judge Sharon Johnson Coleman on Friday ruled that a federal prohibition on illegal immigrants owning firearms is unconstitutional as applied to defendant Heriberto Carvajal Flores. The court found that while the federal ban is facially constitutional, there is no historical tradition of firearm regulation that permits the government to deprive a non-citizen who has never, and this is a key element here, who has never been convicted of a violent crime from exercising his or her Second Amendment rights. And when I saw a lot of people talking about this over the last 48 hours, it seems like amongst gun owners and Second Amendment supporters to the umpteenth degree, there's a divide here, which I find remarkable.
I don't know why, because for me, they're not citizens, so they don't get the same constitutional rights as we do. Period, full stop. The end.
Yes, that's my reaction, and that's my takeaway as well, that this ruling is outrageous because, well, they've never been convicted of a violent crime. Well, hold on a second, District Judge Coleman. How do we know these people haven't at least committed a violent crime in the past. A lot of people actually, believe it or not, people commit crimes and never get apprehended for doing what they did illegally. So how do we know that these are not violent criminals with assaults or murders or attempted murders, and they've just gotten away with it in Mexico? How do we know that these people are not illegal drug dealers? How do we know that they're not human smugglers? We have no idea about a lot of the backgrounds of these individuals other than the fact that they're here illegally. So for me, and if you disagree with Greg or with myself or Dawn, I'm going to get your thoughts as well. Please weigh in, because the Second Amendment is a huge right in this country, and I never want to see any infringements upon this. But it's like we're compounding the mistake. So we're allowing you to be here illegally, and then we add on top of it your ability to own a firearm when we don't know very much at all about you. I am all for the Second Amendment to the maximum level across the board when it comes to owning a firearm. But I don't want people that are already doing one thing wrong doing something else, especially if they are a threat to our society and safety.
Take all of that out of whether they committed violent crimes or not. They're not citizens.
Right.
The end.
I don't want them to be able to vote. I don't want them to be able to own a firearm legally. Like, if you go about it the legal way and you wait your time and you get in line, so to speak, and you become a citizen of this country, that's great. That's what this country was founded on in many ways, with people from all over, the globe. But no, like, I'm not giving somebody that has already violated one rule the ability to do something else. That's like breaking into that's like a breaking and entering job into a coffee shop. And they say, well, you're already here illegally, so you don't have to pay for X, Y, or Z. Just take whatever. Like, no, I totally disagree with this ruling. Dawn, what do you think about this?
At first, I looked at, because I have family who live in northern Illinois,
okay,
where this judge, made the ruling, and I thought, all right, is this a conservative judge trying to take a stance on Second Amendment rights?
Mm-hmm.
But in fact, this judge is an Obama appointee. Where I see this going, first of all, the defendant in the case, who's now a Mexican man who is here illegally, not non-citizen, but has no record. He stated that it was during the George Floyd riots, and that he armed up because he was scared for his life, that there was so much violence and looting and this and that.
Mm-hmm.
That was his claim. What I fear, however, is that in Illinois there is a strong push, because after defund the police, this is all ironic, after defund the police, we have a shortage of officers, especially look at Chicago, Philadelphia, New York, etc.
Of course.
So in Illinois, they're pushing for non-citizens to be able to become law enforcement officers. The problem here is that many have said, well, wait a minute, they can't possess a firearm. So does this judge, this Obama appointee now, pave the way for non-citizens to become law enforcement, to become police officers and carry a gun, even though they're still going through even if they're going through the process legally at this point, which I don't really know how that works, because I thought if you come in illegally, I thought, boom, it's over for you.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever. But that's my fear here. And this all does not go down well in the black community.
Right.
Because now you have people, let's say in Chicago, who say, really? You're going to hire folks who are here illegally, whose first language is not English, and they're going to be now enforcing the law in our country, in our city.
Well, and also think about the hypocrisy of all of this. If there's one thing I try to be consistent regardless of, parties or whatever. So this is an Obama appointee judge, and Democrats, every time there's a tragedy, what do they want to do? Tighten gun laws, reinforce, we're going to ban bump stocks. Joe, we're going to ban this, we're going to ban that. So they're all about doing everything they can to kind of hone in on your Second Amendment rights. But yet when it comes to an illegal immigrant, they're all on board with gun rights being protected for the illegal. I'm sorry, that's upside down bizarro insanity world, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're citizens of the United States. Democrats always trying to, we gotta hone in on X, Y, and Z when it comes to firearms and gun violence. But they want to have illegal immigrants afforded the right to own a gun. I mean, that's hypocrisy 101 right there.
Yeah, it shows you, to me, unless I'm just wrong, I could be wrong. Maybe this Obama appointee is for Second Amendment rights. What do you think?
I mean, it's not to say that every Democrat is anti-Second Amendment, but they're the side that's always, they never want to acknowledge the mental health crisis or the red flags or the warning signs. It's never the person's fault. It's always the gun's fault. Mm-hmm. But in this case, obviously, that is the complete opposite, as a federal judge in Illinois has found that the Constitution protects the gun rights of non-citizens who enter the country illegally. Your thoughts, 855-839-1210 if you would like to jump in. Cut sheet in just about 25 minutes. And also, Donald Trump yesterday, his reported cabinet possibilities. We've got a total of 8 names here for a total of 4 positions. Who do we like more than the other? We'll get to that as we continue. Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, Parks Casino, this is how you win. Action, entertainment, great dining, and so much excitement. Parks Casino, as you know, the #1 casino experience in the state of Pennsylvania and the Commonwealth here, and my casino of choice, Parks. 3,200 state-of-the-art slots, 115 live table games, state-of-the-art sportsbook, 150-foot video wall, and reclining seats. They are so comfy. All those award-winning restaurants, the Parks Grill Steakhouse, Liberty Bell Gastropub, all-season beer garden, delicious. Sushi at Bamboo Noodle House. New York's best club comedians every other Thursday night. Joe Conklin and the best bands every weekend only at 360 Lounge. So here are some of the top headliners at the 1,500 seat Excite Center there at Parks. America's top psychic medium, Matt Frazier, April 20th. So that's coming up. Tracy Morgan, May 11th. Femmes of Rock, May 17th. Sebastian Bach from Skid Row, May 18th. And all the conveniences. They've got all the free parking, valet parking, EV charging stations. So I love it. It is so safe. And let us not forget right now that we've got Wednesday night tournament time. Last 2 play-in games are tonight. Montana State, 3.5-point fave against Grambling State. Colorado, a 2.5-point fave against Boise State. Download the BetParx Sportsbook app. Make your futures bets right now on who you think is going to win it all. It's so much fun. New users, join me. Download the BetParx Sportsbook app right now and make that winning $10 sports bet. Get $125 in sportsbook bonuses back. BetParx.com has all the deets for you. It's safe to use. It's so easy. I call it idiot proof. If I can use it, trust me, you can use it. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Dana Carvey and David Spade here.
You might know our podcast Fly on the Wall.
We decided to do a spin-off called Superfly, and it's fun. It's just 2 of us riffing on current events, pop culture. When I looked up the flight, when that door flew off, these people were dead silent. Everyone's just quiet. I don't think I could contain it. I think that's free reign to wail on your call button in that situation. Bung, 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 bung. Hey, I don't want to be a pest. Was there a door when I got up? Listen to and follow Superfly on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
If you put the words retirement savings crisis into Google, you'll get about 81 million references to explore. Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, crazy markets, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. Don't trade the stress of work for a new kind of stress in retirement. Call Jim Cipriotti today, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415 to schedule your complimentary retirement second opinion. Or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. You've been hearing me talk about Rescue Supplements for years. Well, Rescue Natural Supplements has launched a free personalized health survey that prioritizes all of your health goals. Whether you've been taking Rescue products for years or don't know where to start, in just 5 minutes, discover tailored Rescue supplements that will fill the gaps in your nutritional needs. That means no more guessing on products at the store, ignoring these issues altogether. The best part? Right now, you get a whopping 50% off recommended products after completing the survey. To get started, go to res-q.life. Again, that's res-q.life. Or call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Get help from a knowledgeable Rescue product consultant. I took the short survey. Let me tell you, I was blown away to see my results, so don't wait. Visit res-q.life and get 50% off recommended products today.
It's the time of year to enjoy your life. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Stop letting that pain in your joints keep you from doing what you want to do this spring. Just call my friends at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. QC Kinetics is literally transforming lives. Their advanced treatments harness your own body's ability to restore and repair damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades, but now this life-changing treatment is available for you, all of us. So you can walk, run, climb stairs, play golf, move again, pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients who are reclaiming their mobility. Live your best life this spring and summer. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation. 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000. Tell Dawn sent you.
Calling on North Wales to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Company 727. Happy Wednesday to all of you as we continue. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Tony Bruno just about 1 hour from now. Don't forget, coming up this Friday, it will be Radiothon. Yep. Snuck up on us really quickly, didn't it?
It did.
Travis Manion Foundation this Friday, 6A to 7P. One of my favorite days of the year, obviously for all the great causes, but also for the fact that Zioli comes in.
He does.
And I get to work with him in the morning.
Yep.
And he kind of drives it, and it's a little lightening of my load.
Oh, wait, no.
Oh,
We're
it's always about me.
No, come on.
Oh, yeah.
It's, it'll be you, Rich, Dawn, in the morning.
That'll be super fun.
And then I think Dom takes over with Dawn and Dan, and yeah, it's going to be a mishmash of hosts all throughout the day.
Yes.
So, if you're used to something at a certain time, it might be something else. But
I believe I will be on 6 to 9, and then I get a little hiatus. Then I'm back in 11 to 1, and then off for 2 more hours, and then back in again from 3 to 5. And then you, Dawn, Rich, and I believe somebody else take it home from 5 to 7.
Ryan Mannion, I think, is on with us too.
Oh, very cool.
Yeah, it's a long day for everybody, but it's a great cause. The only thing we ask is that you open up your wallets and are as generous as you can be. I know these times are tough with the finances and stuff, but it's a great cause, and we're trying to raise as much money as we possibly can for the Travis Manning Foundation.
That is correct. All right, so there was very interesting news and developments yesterday around 2 o'clock. They actually had a breaking Fox News alert. One is a report, and two is a rumor. So let me start with this. The news coming down yesterday that according to Fox News, they are reporting that Trump's possible cabinet members include the following people for the following positions. So let's see what people like this. Right. So you have Ted Cruz as the Attorney General. You have Vivek Ramaswamy as the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. I really like Vivek in that position. Mike Lee also mentioned for Attorney General. And the Chief of Staff, everybody's favorite buddy, Kevin McCarthy. Not sure that people are grateful to hear that name this morning if you are somebody who's anti-McCarthy. So Ted Cruz, Attorney General, Mike Lee, Vivek Ramaswamy for DHS Secretary, and Kevin McCarthy for the Chief of Staff. Now, also according to Fox News, the reported vice presidential picks are down to 4, 2 females, 2 African-American males. Your 2 female options are Tulsi Gabbard and Kristi Noem, and your 2 African-American male nominees are Byron Donalds and Tim Scott. Interestingly, Ben Carson, who's always seemingly floated out there and asked, would you be Trump's running mate? Not on that list. I would say if it was female, I would prefer Tulsi Gabbard over Kristi Noem. If it was between Byron Donalds and Tim Scott, I would prefer Byron Donalds over Tim Scott, but I'm not against Tim Scott getting that position. So what do we think of that? Because Vivek, absolutely. I think if there's one thing that an overwhelming majority of Republicans agree on when it comes to Trump's cabinet a second time around is that you have to find a role for Vivek Ramaswamy.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he was too bright, too intelligent. If we go back to the primaries, when there were 6, 7, 8 different people trying to challenge Trump, I would argue that nobody went in with a lower stock and emerged with a better stock than Vivek Ramaswamy. Not Nikki Haley, not Ron DeSantis, not Chris Christie, not Tim Scott, not Doug Burgum, not anybody on down the list. I think if there's somebody that emerged, even in, quote, defeat after suspending their campaign, Vivek's arrow went up the most. So, to me, you find a role for this guy.
But by the way, Vivek does not want a cabinet position. He wanted VP.
I know.
He was kissing butt for a VP.
But he's also 14 years old, so your time will come, right?
He's your age.
He's 39. I'm 40, he's 39. You can't just expect to have the world given to you your first time around. I didn't get out of college at 22 thinking I should be doing afternoon drive in Philadelphia with no experience. Like Vivek Ramaswamy, he has to work his way up. But he's too witty, he's too intelligent, he's too fierce, he's very fearless, he goes after the mainstream media. Like, if you're in the business of assembling talent and putting together a roster in any profession, you find a role for really, really bright, super talented people. And to me, I can't imagine Vivek not being at least presented this offer. Whether he accepts is another thing. I can't imagine he's not going to accept it, right?
I think it depends on the It depends on the cabinet position. So we've heard Homeland Security, we've heard different cabinet positions. I think he'll, get the offer. But I also think, to your point, Vivek Ramaswamy, self-made billionaire, brilliant guy. But just in August, we talked about, in August turned 38 years young. So I think he and Trump obviously hit it off. Mm-hmm. He campaigned with former President Trump. I just think, from what I hear, it changes on a weekly basis. So these names being floated, until he chooses, and I hope he actually waits. I hope that he waits
till the summer.
Till this summer, make the big announcement to create that excitement. There was another poll out, I think yesterday. These polls day by day, but
I know
choosing your choice, Tulsi. Yeah, but I hope that they wait just to have that excitement go forth. But on the other hand, look at the future of the GOP. What a great diverse group of many of them young individuals.
Not only is it diverse from the appearance standpoint, the left loves to play identity politics, right? You've got females, you've got African American males, you've got Vivek Ramaswamy, but you also have different degrees of conservatism. I know people probably don't want to hear Kevin McCarthy for chief of staff because everybody labels him as a moderate rhino, and rightfully so. They're glad that he's no longer the Speaker of the House. But if he offers something and if he's an asset and Trump views him favorably for whatever role he would have, then I'm totally on board with that. Ted Cruz, to me, a little bit of a clown at times. I like Ted Cruz, but I also think he's kind of an attention seeker. Like I try to shy away from those that are almost too eager for their spotlight. Like, that's why Marjorie Taylor Greene kind of drives me nuts, because I think she's all about herself a lot of times. And that's also why I like guys like Tim Scott. Like Tim Scott, I don't think Tim Scott is an attention seeker. He's a low-key, humble guy. He's not all about him. And he's kind of the opposite of some of these people. I don't like surrounding myself with a bunch of mini-me's and yes people. And maybe some of these people are yes people, but clearly Tim Scott is different than Trump. Vivek's got a lot of Trump to him, which is why I do think you have to go for a softer image vice president. I do think female is the way to go. A little surprised that Sarah Huckabee Sanders was not on this latest list. I know, Dawn, you're very high on her. And it looks like
Elise Stefanik as well.
Elise Stefanik, another one. Although I think she's 39 years old as well. So
they're all in that. They're all these individuals are late 30s, early 40s.
Yes. I think maybe the oldest one here of the names we mentioned would be Tim Scott or Kevin McCarthy. I mean, obviously Tulsi Gabbard's relatively young. Byron Donalds is young. Kristi Noem is young. On down the list. So you do have a very interesting mix of all of these possibilities. So that came out yesterday. We'll see when it happens and who exactly gets picked for certain spots. I'd also like to know, because you've had Kathy Barnett on plenty of times, and she's obviously got the connection with Vivek. Has she hinted at whether or not Vivek would accept one of these lesser positions? If he's basically saying, I really, really want vice president, but do you think he would take that based on what Kathy has either alluded to or not said?
We'll have to ask her.
Okay.
So we have off the record conversation. If we have friend conversations, it's always off the record, which means but we'll have to have her on. She's going to be filling in the full time that I'm in, and that a bunch of us are in southern Italy. Coming up.
That's coming up for you soon, right?
Yeah. So she's got some awesome guests scheduled, and she's going to rock it.
Okay.
For 2, I'll probably get fired. She's just like, she's so awesome. I'm really excited and she'll be here. She'll be here this week and next week. So she'll be joined. So we'll, to your point, Nick, we'll ask Kathy and see, but I just don't think it's over. I think Trump, in truth, he hasn't made up his mind and probably looking at what he needs.
Yeah. You're right.
What can a Veep deliver?
That's what I've been talking about. 855-839-1210. Can one of these Veeps maybe deliver a swing state or two? All right, Kayal and Company, we continue. Cut sheet is on the way. And Laura Trump says, thanks, but no thanks. Is it a mistake? We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
As we talk about spring and then summer, you think about that smell of fresh cut lawn brings back all those memories of childhood, right? And playing with the dog, the Frisbee, all of that. And that's what I love about my lawn care company, Natural Lawn of America. They're great. And I've used them for years now, Natural Lawn of America. And what I love about them is no chemicals. So people come over and they say, is that a hummingbird? It's just by your kitchen, is that a hummingbird? And then you hear all about this, no more hummingbirds, no more bees. They're like, what do you do? And I say, you know what I do? Natural Lawn of America, no chemicals. So they use an organic mix, and this is awesome because it still works, by the way. So you're not going to see the weeds. You're going to have this beautiful, lush green lawn. Natural Lawn of America, that's my choice of lawn. And I hope that you choose them as well. And it's not a one-size-fits-all kind of lawn care company. Their certified specialists are going to tailor their treatments for your lawn's specific needs, okay? So they use their exclusive organic-based fertilizers, safer weed and insect controls, and give you the results you want and the peace of mind that you deserve, and that's where the no chemicals situation comes in. And they're locally owned and family operated right here in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Natural Lawn is competitively priced, has a satisfaction guarantee. So here's the deal. Schedule them now. Schedule Natural Lawn's full-service program. Get free seeding every year, 800 free seed. 800 free seed. You can always check them out at naturallawn.com, naturallawn.com. Trust the leader in organic-based lawn care. Natural Lawn of America. Greener grass, fewer weeds, guaranteed. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Steamfitters Local Union 420 is a proud 120-year-old labor organization. We have been providing southeastern Pennsylvania with the safest steamfitters, welders, and HVAC technicians. Our members provide services to chemical, nuclear, healthcare, life science, and pharmaceutical industries, in addition to commercial and residential HVAC. If you need the most highly skilled and trained piping professionals, contact Steamfitters Local Union 420. Please visit us at our website, lu420.com.
March Mania is running wild at TurnersvilleJeep.com, your zero-down Jeep and Ram headquarters. For March only, come in and get up to 20% off select Jeeps and Rams. That equates to over $18,000 in savings on select models. We have over 300 vehicles available for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com, located on Route 42 in Turnersville. Drive a little, save a lot at TurnersvilleJeep.com. That's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
The IRS is the most powerful collection agency on earth, and if you owe back taxes, the news isn't good. The IRS is raising the interest rate it charges on unpaid taxes, and further rate hikes are expected. Most people don't know it, but the IRS adds interest charges to your tax debts daily. So if you owe the IRS today, you'll owe even more tomorrow. And it doesn't stop until you get right with the IRS. The good news is getting right can start with one phone call to Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax relief firm. Optima's tax professionals specialize in the Fresh Start Initiative, a powerful IRS program that can save you thousands if you qualify. In fact, the experts at Optima have resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients. Call now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you still holding on to that winter weight? Time to shed that fat and get ready for the warmer weather of spring with NJ Diet. For over a decade, they've helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before this summer with njdiet.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your 401k goes up and down. That's fine when you're 40, but not when you're 60. Find out how to protect your hard-earned money. Tune in to the Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen. Saturdays at 3 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Free speech lives here.
Kayal and Company, 7:43, rolling on. It's a Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a good start to your hump day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. We'll get to this Scott Pressler, Laura Trump story with the RNC in just a little bit because we're just about 60 seconds out from a Wednesday episode of What's on the Cut Sheet. But I do want to pass this along. For all of us that were watching the State of the Union address, what was that, last Thursday or 2 Thursdays ago now? It's all starting to blend together.
Yeah, it was like 2
It was
Thursdays
2
ago.
Thursdays
Yeah,
ago.
yeah.
Last night at 9:57 p.m., the story coming out, the D.C. attorney that initially charged the father who spoke up and had to be escorted out of the State of the Union address last 2 weeks ago, the charges against that man, Steve Nakui, for disruption of Congress during the State of the Union speech, those charges have officially been dropped. And I think that is, without a doubt, the right call. Kind of ridiculous that charges would be brought in the first place. But as they like to say, cooler heads have prevailed with that one. So, of course, he was the recipient of the, I think it's, what is it, the gold...
He's a Gold Star dad.
Gold Star dad, yeah.
Son killed in Afghanistan.
Yep.
Bad look for Biden. Cuffed, arrested, dragged out of there.
Yeah.
Shame.
Yeah, that was a really bad look.
Oh.
So wanted to pass that along to you. All right, 7:45 on this Wednesday morning. Let's see what soccer has lined up for a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet.
What's on the Cut Sheet?
What's on the Cut Sheet on this Wednesday is sponsored by Cherry Hill Volvo, where right now you can lease an XC40 for $459 or an XC90 for $629 per month, and interest rates are as low as 4%. Hurry into Cherry Hill Volvo for details today. Check them out on Route 70 in Cherry Hill. Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. So the LAPD has formed a special task force to combat organized foreign gangs that are burglarizing homes.
Oh.
I think we discussed this, that it's something that we should have.
They're tourists.
Here in Philadelphia. The organized gangs apparently are coming from Peru, Colombia, Ecuador, Chile, etc.
They're just refugees seeking a better life, Greg.
You know, we said this about the gang problem here in Philadelphia. Like, there needs to be a task force.
You've been calling for it for 2 weeks?
Yes, I want something to be done. I don't care if you go into these communities and have battering rams for the homes where they are hiding out in.
Mm-hmm.
We need to take them out.
You know, I love the fact that you brought up the battering ram. That's always been on my bucket list of things I want to do. I want to be on the end of that and just ram that thing through a door.
I just remember in the early 90s in L.A. and how Daryl Gates would implement these tactics against, because L.A. had a huge gang problem in early 90s, late 80s and early 90s. And everybody's like, that's racist! How dare you do this? And oh my God, it's these poor people's homes.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just saying.
Exactly.
You have to, like, these gangs take no prisoners.
No, of course
They
not.
have no qualms about killing innocent people. So sometimes you have to take drastic measures.
That's correct.
All right, let's get to the LAPD. This is courtesy of NBC4 out of Los Angeles. Cut one, Phil, go.
We have a significant increase in burglaries from organized groups that are outside this country, that are coming into the country, and they are targeting high-end residents and we are addressing that specifically in a task force fashion through multi-agencies.
Lots of these break-ins have been recorded by security cameras in recent years. Detectives tell me many tourist burglars who've been arrested often entered the U.S. through a visa waiver program. Many were visiting from Chile and other South American countries. The LAPD says there have been more than 900 residential burglaries across the city since January. Some of those committed by the tourist burglars, who often target luxury homes in the foothills. And some of them may be using new technology to interfere with home security. Just last week, the LAPD's Wilshire station sent out this alert that Wi-Fi jammers had been used to block camera and alarm signals during some recent break-ins.
Some sort of device by burglars that actually deaden, kill, or stop Wi-Fi from operating.
The immediate fix for these home alarm systems is to hardwire them. Where you plug those systems directly into your Ethernet in the wall and not use your Wi-Fi internally.
Choi says he's not sure if the tourist burglars have been using these devices, but the I-team has learned jammers and drones have been found by officers in Beverly Hills and other nearby cities. Last year, burglars were caught staking out homes in Orange County while wearing a camouflage suit like this, similar to ghillie suits worn by military snipers.
Unbelievable.
And it's not just a California story. Police in Scottsdale, Arizona announced today the arrests of a trio of suspected residential burglars, all in the U.S. on the visa waiver program and suspected of being part of a wide-ranging criminal organization.
These are Chilean burglary crews that are coming to the United States on the visa waiver program.
I mean, we said, and I've been saying this, these are not stupid individuals. I mean, you're talking about Wi-Fi jammers. This is like a Hollywood movie script. We're going to jam up the cameras so the surveillance footage freezes and we can't identify these suspects. They've got basically brushes and shrubs all over as a disguise to stake out the place. And look at the areas they're hitting up. Beverly Hills and Orange County.
Yep.
You know, they're not robbing townhouses.
It's a bunch of people with a "hate has no home here" signs on them.
Yeah.
They're the ones that are getting burglarized. I'm not laughing because burglary is not funny, and I don't wish it on anybody.
Serious
but,
felony.
Like, you get what you vote for, I guess?
Yes. Well, at least they're gonna create task forces for these illegal tourist gangs. Now, if they would actually
newcomers,
maybe one day they'll actually prosecute crime of citizens in Los Angeles.
Yeah,
but you can't ask for too much in one day.
Well, there's also a problem in New York City. Let's go across the country here.
By the way, if you had to live New York or L.A., which hellhole would you pick?
I want warm weather.
So you take
Los
LA?
Angeles.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if I had to, I would as well.
New York is just it's crowded, and there are and the weather is just as bad there as it is here.
Yeah.
So no, thank you. So this New York City homeowner was arrested for changing the locks on her home to kick out a squatter who broke in.
Oh yeah.
So she was arrested because she changed the locks, and the cops were like, "Hey, look. You know, if you want to kick him out, you have to go through a judge and go through the courts. So he has a right to be here, even though he doesn't." And these squatters are just because they know the laws.
They have a major issue in Atlanta with squatters as well.
It's a problem.
It is.
And my in-laws rent properties. You know, they buy homes, fix them up, and they rent them.
Yep.
They've had problems with squatters for a long time.
So how does this materialize with the squatter? Like what
they get in there? They get in there, they pay for a couple months, and then they stop paying. And then you can't legally kick them out it goes through the justice system, and it's a whole thing. Sometimes they're in there for a year and a half without paying, and you can't do anything about it. And they're trashing your house.
That's just absurd.
Yeah.
Does that apply as well to people that have their home foreclosed and they can't afford their mortgage as the owner anymore? Or is that just from a rental standpoint when it comes to being a squatter?
Yeah, I don't know about the foreclosure.
Okay.
I actually don't know why maybe the squatter laws were in there to protect people who are foreclosed on.
I've always been intrigued by this concept.
Yeah, where you could just live somewhere, not pay.
That's unbelievable.
For over a year and not get kicked out. It's insane.
I'm the dumb one. I'm the one coughing up way too much for rent. I should have been a squatter 2 years ago.
Cut 7, Phil, go.
Here, this guy just forced himself into my house. No, he did not. Yes, he did. No, he did. And so did you. You broke through the front door.
Officer.
The man called the police on her.
So why is it that I have to leave and he doesn't have to leave?
Because technically he can't be kicked out. You need to go to court.
They consider this a landlord-tenant issue. And by law, it has to be handled through the housing court, not with police.
If you own this house, you would not want her inside.
I don't own it.
Exactly,
Yes.
she does.
Yes, but then once again, you should know how the law works.
I do know how it works.
There's rules to the as you got to go to court and send me to civil court.
He says he signed a lease in October, but wouldn't tell us with who.
I got proof longer than that.
Show us the proof.
But who are you for me to show? I showed it to cops.
Dan with Channel 7 News. If you don't want to show it, you don't want to show it.
Proof. Come here, brother. I like that.
I would like to see it.
He didn't show me a lease.
This is a bill.
A bill for work he says he had done to the house. He didn't show police a lease either.
The police department doesn't have the lease? No. He's got no documentation.
Just bills. So Adele, you're getting arrested right now?
I'm being arrested.
For what?
Unbelievable. For being in my own home.
And where's your lease?
She's fighting the house. It's not her house anymore.
My deed is current and legal.
Arrested for unlawful eviction. She changed the locks on a man who claims he lives there.
Wow.
This is unbelievable. We're living in an upside-down world. Illegal immigrants are afforded Second Amendment gun rights. The criminals don't go to jail, but the target employee that tries to protect the asset goes to jail. It's completely... we're legitimate. I think this might be like a major troll job. I think we're all being... Dawn, you always say it, we're all being played.
Yep.
We really are.
It's true. And this happens here in Philadelphia. So squatters have rights. And I have a family friend who has been going through this.
Yep.
And it is it's incredible. And it would encourage me, if I had a property, to break the law.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just saying.
And I would imagine when you have to go through these housing courts, I would imagine the backlog
Lawyers,
is tremendous.
I mean, it's absurd.
Yeah, that's why I had the opportunity to get in on one of these deals where you buy a house that was foreclosed or whatever, fix it up, and rent it out. And I was just like, I don't want to do that. Like, it's good. It's a good investment. It's a great investment.
But it's a pain.
But it's a pain because you don't know who you're getting. You could get this guy, and he was like, I'm not leaving. And then while they're in there for a year and a half, while it slow walks its way through the courts, they're destroying the place.
Yeah, my sister and brother-in-law have done this. They've bought 3 or 4 properties, townhouses that are like $200,000. They flip them. He's a great handyman. He fixes them all up, and then they rent them out. Luckily, they haven't had to deal with this, but I would not want to deal with that, much less all the issues when you are the landlord and you got to show up and, my dishwasher's on the fritz and my washing machine. Oh.
Yeah, and it's on you. There's a special court. You have to set a court date. You have to pay a lawyer. And then, so you're talking thousands of dollars and time, money. And that doesn't even include, to Greg's point, all the money you're going to have to use to fix up the place while they've trashed it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't want to get too descriptive because there's more and more people listening every day, so I don't know who's listening. But one of the renters that my in-laws had just completely destroyed, like broke windows, broke doors. They had to like gut almost the entire place. It cost them thousands of dollars.
Where do people come up with the audacity to do something like that?
Yeah.
This entitlement era of, no, I'm not going to get up and leave. I'm not going to pay, and I'm also not going to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't have I just would not have the stones to even attempt to do something like that.
Yesterday, Donald Trump and his wife Melania voted in the Florida primary. As he was leaving the voting place, there were people, the press was out there, and he addressed them very briefly. A reporter, this is a very quick clip, a reporter asked Melania if she'll join her husband on the campaign trail. And this is what she said. This is cut 2. Phil, go.
Mrs. Trump, are you going to return to the campaign trail with your husband? Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Dawn. Stay tuned.
As the official spokesperson, Dawn, your thoughts on stay tuned?
Stay tuned. I do not have to answer your questions. Today is my beautiful son Barron's birthday. Happy birthday, Barron. He turns 18 today.
Oh, is that right?
So she's busy helping him pick colleges.
Yeah. What college do you think he's going to go to? Penn?
Anyone he wants.
Trump University.
Trump University. Montgomery County Community College.
Or
maybe?
the Wharton School of Business, where
Yeah.
Trump, UPenn, where Trump is a grad.
Anybody actually paying attention to the primaries these days?
Nope.
Yeah. Very interesting.
Yeah, which is a shame for us in Pennsylvania. Obviously, the end of April, that nobody, we kind of lose that prestige
Right.
because our primary is so late.
It looks like I saw some numbers last night. Trump had around 81% of the Florida primary vote.
Well, let me ask you guys a question. Does this set off any alarm bells to either one of you for the primary total for the Republican primary so far in 2024? Trump has 10,458,461 votes. Nikki Haley got 3,288,781 votes.
So she's got about a third of the total votes, if my math is correct.
And I would wager to guess that those Haley voters, 90% of them won't vote for Trump.
Yeah. And now are we factoring in the fact that some of them are open
they're
primaries and they're Democrats as well?
Mhm.
Okay.
They're Democrats.
Yeah.
They're Democrats.
They're all
or-
Democrats? They're all Democrats.
No, not all.
I think a ton of them are Democrats, yeah.
Okay.
I
But
do.
what would you say the percentage is? More than 50-50? Because of all the states' primaries that we've had, how many of them off the top of our head were open? South Carolina, New Hampshire, was Iowa? Iowa was a caucus. No, was Iowa both? Which one of them had?
Iowa was a caucus.
Yeah, South Carolina had a caucus and a primary, a Tuesday-Thursday ordeal. Yeah, I mean, there's no doubt about it. There's definitely a faction out there that are not going to vote for Trump. The question is, what percentage is that, and what percentage of that is Republicans versus Democrats in an open primary? That I don't know.
But we said yesterday that we take one anecdotal person who is an African-American woman who is voting, who voted for Obama, Biden twice, and she's voting for Trump this year, and we've declared that Trump is going to win the African-American vote and win the election from that one person,
way,
right?
I know you mentioned that yesterday. Anybody that thinks out there that Trump is going to get more than 50% of the black vote is absolutely foolish. Yeah, Trump is going to probably be lucky if the polls are accurate. If they're accurate, if Trump is somewhere between 20 and 25%, which might be enough because it's an uptick from where he was 4 years ago and in 2016 as well.
Speaking of people who will not endorse Donald Trump, he was asked about this yesterday outside of his Palm Beach voting place about Mike Pence not endorsing him as his former vice president. This is what he said. Cut 3, Phil, go.
What's your reaction to Vice President Pence saying that he can't endorse?
Oh, I couldn't care less. I couldn't care less. We need patriots. We need strong people in our country.
There you go.
You know, I think most people probably agree with what Trump just said there. I think there's a lot of people that are done with the Mike Pences of the world, the Kevin McCarthy's of the world.
But then you can't say, because there is a faction of the Republican Party that is not voting for him.
Right.
So you can't say that
it doesn't help you in your unity efforts.
3.2 million people that voted for Nikki Haley are all Democrats, because they're not.
Well, no, they're not.
just not.
But this to me, this is where Trump keeps going back and forth, and somebody needs to point it out. One day he's saying the Republican Party's more united than it ever has been. The next day he's like, I don't need Mike Pence. I don't need this. Like, you can't have it both ways if you're Trump. If you're going to try to unite the party, you have to unite the party. You can't sit there, because whether you like it or not, and whether you like Mike Pence or not, there are plenty of evangelical Christians out there that like Mike Pence that might be turned off by Trump. So you're taking a shot at Mike Pence, and it's all fun and games, and it creates a good soundbite. But if it bites you in the butt come election day, well, then you have nobody to blame but yourself.
And by the way, that is part of the reason when we talked earlier about all the VP candidates, what can they bring to the table? So to Greg's point, when you think about that portion of Republicans, of registered Republicans, I'm not even talking about those independents that you're after.
Mm-hmm.
So do they need somebody like
Tim Scott?
Well, I would say Sarah Huckabee.
Okay.
Huge name. Her dad, obviously, her dad, Mike Huckabee, huge name, evangelical Christian preacher, governor, multiple, served as governor, well known, a big name who's a big draw. And then you have his daughter now carrying on the torch, highly respected among conservatives. So does for those never Trumpers, who can bring in the fold those never Trumpers?
You think she can?
Could it be Sarah?
Do you
Could
think
it be? That's my question.
Does she wear her religion on her sleeve
No.
as much as Mike Pence does? Because I don't get the feeling she does from what I've seen in public.
I think she walks the walk. I mean, I love her. I'm a fan. But my question is, who serves that purpose? Who can bring in? Who can talk those never Trumpers? And say, look, this guy's a one-term guy. You're gonna have a lock. Who is that one Republican? Who is that? Or is it somebody who is maybe not a traditional Republican?
So
Tulsi.
like Tulsi Gabbard. And that's why I like Tulsi. I think she's the one that can bring some of those moderates, those on the fencers over to that side.
I agree with that.
Not that I'm in love with her for what she used to be politically, but it's what she can bring.
She's the best choice, in my opinion, for the female candidates. Byron Donalds, I think, is the best choice, in my opinion, for African American candidates. And again, let me be clear when I say this. I hate putting people in these boxes.
Mm-hmm.
I hate it. I absolutely hate it because we're all humans. We're all Americans. We all, it doesn't matter, race, gender, whatever. But that, unfortunately, it's like that's how we determine elections. Who will the black vote go to? Who will the Hispanic vote go to? Who will the women vote go to? That's how we judge this.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're going to judge this, then I guess that's how we have to pick our vice presidents.
Yeah, I don't disagree. And by the way, a lot of people always tweet me about not Tulsi Gabbard, Kristi Noem and her whatever baggage she has.
Isn't she in trouble for some dental ad she did?
I saw that for veneers in Texas. She got her smile remade. Yeah, what is that about?
I just don't know what she brings to the table. And that's why Byron Donalds, I think people like him, but he's not a big name.
Agreed. Yeah, I agree with that.
But I'll tell you what, his name is floated for every role.
Yeah.
Speaker of the House, on down the list, Vice President. But he's another guy. He's a lot like Vivek, where she's super bright, comes off incredibly polished with presentation, but he's very young. I think Byron Donalds is also south of 40 years old.
44.
Oh, he's 44?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he don't look a day over. 44. He don't look a day older than 34.
So he's part of the Freedom Force.
Yeah. Now he's part of the young wave.
He's endorsed Trump. So is he the other Donald? Is he, and I don't have the answer, but I just think that's something that the Trump camp is looking at very carefully.
Yeah.
If they've got a never Trumper problem, who reels that in?
That's a good point.
Yeah, I don't know. I hate to say this, but people are so dug in with these two candidates because we've done this dance already that I don't think anything is going to I really find it hard to believe that any one person can say, well, Tulsi Gabbard is on the ticket now, so I'm going to vote for Trump if they hated Trump. I just don't see that happen.
No, yeah,
I see them staying home.
Trump, no.
You know what I mean? I'm not saying they're necessarily going to vote for Biden, but then they just stay home or they do a write-in candidate or something. Yeah. You know what I mean? Possible. I don't know.
By the way, Delaware's Republican presidential primary, I should add, it's over before it began. It was supposed to be April 2nd.
Yeah.
But Nikki Haley withdrew her name. So they save about $1.5 million because they just said, it's done. They've canceled the primary.
Okay.
Oh, really? They canceled the
They canceled the primary in Delaware because she took her name off.
Yeah.
So they're like, okay, it's Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Biden told the story yesterday. He was giving a speech somewhere, and he told a story yesterday that he's told before. But I want to ask you guys if you think that this is telling, because I never really heard it. The way he tells the story here, I've never really heard him tell it like this before, about how, he always says he was the poorest man in Congress.
Oh, yeah.
For so many years. He tells this story about how Jill called him up one time and was like, do you see what's happening? Do you see the front page of so-and-so? You're the poorest man in Congress, blah, 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 like yelling at him for it. I wonder if, let me play it and then let's have a discussion about it afterwards. This is cut 5. Phil, go.
I had the dubious distinction of being listed as the poorest man in Congress for 36 years. I got a phone call. My wife was campaigning up. I was campaigning up in New Hampshire back when that statistic came out in the 90s. And she called. I used to call because the kids were little when I was away, and say, "How's everything going?" I got this, fine. Well, you're in trouble when your wife or husband says fine. I said, "What's the matter?" She said, "Only elected officials, husband or wife, could understand this." She said, "Do you read today's paper?" I said, "They don't have today's paper." Wilmington paper, Delaware, up in where I was Leahy, up in Vermont. And she said, well, let me read it. Top of the fold, headline, Biden, poorest man in Congress. Is that true? I thought, I don't know what the hell is true, but it turned out it was true.
My question for you is he saying that they were so bothered by him being the poorest man in Congress that maybe he,
became wealthy?
Found some ways to become wealthy?
Yeah.
And
by
now
using
he's worth
the Biden name?
How did he, now he's worth a minimum estimate, and this is PolitiFact, $10 million.
Yeah.
Two beautiful homes. How did he go from poorest
that's what I wanted.
to $10 million?
Yes.
It is astounding that a guy that spent that many years in those positions that were probably no more than, I don't know, back at that point, he probably was not making six figures in those roles in the 80s and the 90s before he, really took off with Obama as VP. And then you take Dr. Jill's doctorate's degree in education, where she's probably not making a ton of money either. It is really interesting how you go from claiming what you think you are trying to sell to the American public to having more net worth than you know what to do with.
It is interesting to me because it's like, I just think it's egregious that any politician can get wealthy in that job at all. Mm-hmm. They should all be poor.
Yes.
That job should be part-time, and you shouldn't be able to make a ton of money doing it. And the fact that they're all wealthy, and the fact that a guy with two homes and a net worth of whatever he's worth was considered at the time the poorest man in Congress.
Yeah.
Is really disturbing. It's really disturbing.
It's just a simple math equation. I mean, think of even today, some of these elected officials that are making $130,000 or $160,000, and then just throw in, let's say your wife makes half of that. If you have a combined household income of $200,000, you're not starving, you're not struggling. If you're not in debt, you're probably going to live a relatively comfortable to nice life. But you're not going to own 3 properties and have net worths of $10 million. So ask yourself how you arrive at that net worth. Is it by doing business like Biden has allegedly done with foreign nations? Is it, and you talk about all of these elected officials, they all seem to never miss on the stock market. Isn't that amazing?
Exactly.
Boy, they're just really lucky.
Psychic.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like that person that sat down at a blackjack shoe and won 10 straight hands.
Not
How
that
do
they
you
know
do that?
anything. Yeah.
It's just like the system wasn't set up for these career politicians, for one, to be career politicians, and secondly, to get uber wealthy doing this.
Well, see, I don't have as much of a problem with the salaries of the full-time positions.
If it was just that.
As I do the career lifetime no term limit thing.
Again, you bring up a good point. 130, 140, 170, whatever that is. You're right. It's a decent salary, but it's not like you're not, I hate to say it, but you're not rich on that salary.
No.
So I have no problem with that salary. I have a problem with these people that have 19 homes on a $170,000 salary. That's what I have a problem with.
I have the issue with like people like Nancy Pelosi. And by the way, too, Republicans as well. It's not just a Democrat thing. I have an issue with any of these people that are, allegedly, and I'm not even saying allegedly, but we have this perception that they are committing insider trading. I mean, it's not a level playing field then for everybody.
Exactly.
And I'm the last person to talk about equity and level playing fields, but I'm also against breaking the law.
Trump sat down for an interview yesterday with Nigel Farage in the UK. And a lot of interesting things came out of that right now, asking about the matchup that is going to be the 2024 election between Joe Biden and Donald Trump. This is what he said about that. This is Cut 9. Phil, go.
It's a rematch, 5th of November 2024. It's Trump v. Biden again. How are you feeling about this campaign? What do you think your prospects realistically are?
So in 2016, we did great. In 2020, we did much better than 2016. Got millions and millions of votes more, and very bad things happened. Very, very bad things happened, and we're not going to let that happen again. But the COVID came in, and they used COVID for reasons other than COVID, and it was a disgrace, frankly, and that's what happened to our country. You look at the borders, you look at everything. Everything is bad with our country right now. It's gone so bad under this guy, the worst president in history. And we're going to do, I think, very well. The polls have us leading by a lot. And there was a lot of cheating going on, and we're going to get that cheating stopped to work on that. I say to my people, Don't worry about the votes. We got plenty of votes. You just make sure during that period, it used to be 1 day. Now it's 40 days and 45 days and 48 days.
This is the mass mail-out ballots, yeah.
The ballots are a disaster. Anytime you have mail-in ballots, anytime you have mail-out or mail-in, they call them different names, anytime the mail is involved, you're going to have cheating. You're going to have cheating.
So have the
It's
states...
too bad people don't say it. They don't want to say it. But we are going to have, I think, a very good election. The way you win the election is, and you have to do this. I saw on a show the other day, they said, well, that you have to allow a certain amount for cheating. I said, since when do you have to allow a certain amount for cheating on the other side? But you swamp them. You swamp them, and we win big. And all we do is we focus on that. And that's a bad lot. That's a bad, sick lot of people. They've destroyed our country. Look, they've allowed 15 million probably, that's the number, 15 million people. 15 million people, that's my opinion. Some people say it's a little bit less. What difference? It's bigger than most states. 15 million people to come in from prisons. They come from prisons, many of them. They come from mental institutions and insane asylums like Silence of the Lamb, Hannibal Lecter, I wonder if he's one of them. They're terrorists coming into our country, totally unchecked. We have no idea. They either hate our country or they're very stupid.
Well, I think a couple of things. Number one, I think he's chomping at the bit to debate Joe Biden. Two, I think he genuinely really feels right now, if the election were held today, that he would win, and he would win in a landslide. I don't think he's embellishing and selling that. I think he truly believes that. Stocker, I think you said yesterday that you believed if the election was held today, he would win as well. But here's the thing. You talk about, mail-in ballots and ballot harvesting. I really hope that this time around, Republicans are going to take advantage of every tool at their disposal. Laura Trump has talked about legal ballot harvesting and mail-in ballots. Because if you don't take advantage of those opportunities, you start off game day in the hole. And we've talked about that in the past.
But the nominee is telling everybody that election by mail is cheating. There's cheating that goes on. So he's telling his voters not to vote by mail, right?
No, we're also against identity politics.
It's a mistake.
All of the options in the RNC right now for different positions are people from diverse backgrounds. So you can either, figure out what the Dems do well and beat them at their own game, or we can not learn from our past failures and then cry about it on Twitter next fall. It's up to you. I'm just giving you the blueprint. So what you I can lead the horse to the well. I can't make the horse drink. My old man used to say that.
Nigel Farage asked about the bloodbath comment, that bloodbath gate that has been that we've been talking about now for, this is what, day 97 of bloodbath gate, and about that it's a commonly used phrase in the auto industry.
But I think it's a commonly used phrase in every aspect of life.
This is cut 8. Phil, go.
We learned in 2020 that the big social media giants, there were things they did not want the American people to discuss. The laptop, the Hunter Biden laptop being a very good example of that. Your speech in Ohio the other day, talking in that state that's been associated with car making for over 100 years, and just flicking through American press particularly, Trump says there'll be a bloodbath if he doesn't win the election. What is happening with, clearly you were talking about an economic bloodbath in terms of the car manufacturing industry and what China was doing, setting up in Mexico, and yet this is what's being pushed, picked up by left-wing media sources all over the world. It's quite interesting.
Well, it happens all the time. So bloodbath, talking about it's going to be a bloodbath in the auto industry because we're going to lose our whole industry because this guy's going to all electric cars. And they're made in China. That's where the material is. That's where the minerals are. That's where everything is. They're going to all be made in China. And they want to go all electric cars. One of the dumbest, they don't go far. They cost too much, et cetera, et cetera. And if you want electric, you can get electric. But you've got to have other forms of propulsion. And we're going to have that. We're going to have gasoline. We have more gasoline than any country in the world, meaning oil and gas. And we have it, and they don't want us to use it. You figure that one out. So the electric mandate's going to destroy the auto industry. And I said it's going to be a bloodbath. It's going to be a terrible bloodbath for the auto industry. They're being led right down there. They have a leader that would only go Democrat, I guess, because I'm going to create, I guarantee you that the people within that industry, or all the workers, are with me. Because the United Auto Workers, it's going to be put out of business.
That's So a couple of interesting stats that I think are worth sharing here when it comes to the automobile industry specifically, and then we'll get to the bloodbath comment again. The average price of a gas-powered vehicle today, the standard model, is $47,000. The average price of an EV is $54,000. So the EVs are $7,000 more on average per pop. But here's what's interesting. Hybrids today are being tripled up compared to EVs. 3-to-1 people are buying hybrids over EVs. So the whole EV thing is a disaster right now. They're too expensive. Americans are rejecting them. And I would say Americans are creating a bloodbath. We are not interested in your EVs, which to my opinion, Dawn, this is still, you've talked about it many times, media bias by omission. Mm-hmm. What they did on Saturday with the word bloodbath is their most egregious one yet. It's indefensible.
It just shows you, if anybody needed proof, there it is. There's the tangible evidence, the bias on full display. Every fact-checking source that's out there says what we just heard. A British dude overseas had to clarify. Shame on them.
Yep. They don't even try to hide it anymore.
They don't even. I mean, people should be fired for that. That's horrifying.
That's journalistic malpractice, right?
Media malpractice. I mean, there it is. And it's not, it's infuriating. We should be furious about it. Where's the FCC? If any one of us did something egregious such as this, the FCC would be, the feds would be all over us.
In my opinion, it's just as bad as the whole Deadspin situation with that writer, Karan Phillips, that smeared that kid. All you had to do was look at the other side of the face. All you had to do with this audio clip was let it play for another 3 seconds. My God.
He did say something that I think can unite the entire country, that if he's elected, that he will deport Prince Harry.
Well, yes. That alone should win you an election right now.
Donald Trump has once again hinted that if he is reelected, Prince Harry may face deportation from the U.S. if he is found to have lied about his drug use on his visa paperwork. This is cut 6, Phil, go.
She, I would say, although she wouldn't show it because she was strong and smart, but I would imagine they broke her heart. The things that they were saying were so bad and so horrible.
The Queen.
And she was in her 90s and hearing this stuff. I think they broke her heart.
No, it was horrible.
I think they really hurt her very
bad. But if he's lied on his visa form, doesn't the truth need to come out?
We'll have
should he get special privileges that nobody else does?
No, and we'll have to see if they know something about the drugs, and if he lied, they'll have to take appropriate action.
Appropriate action?
Yeah.
Which might mean not staying
in
America.
I don't know. You'll have to tell me. You just have to tell me. You would have thought they would have known this a long time ago.
You would.
But I thought they were very disrespectful to the family, to the royal family. I'm a big fan of the concept of the royal family and the royal family. Now, I'm a little prejudiced because I thought the Queen was incredible. I mean, think of it. All those years, 75 years, she's almost never made a mistake.
Right. It's almost unbelievable.
All right, a point for deporting Prince Harry, a point taken away for being a fan of the royal family.
So we're back to square one.
It's an important... Hey, but it's smart. That's an important ally.
Yeah. I've just never had any interest in any of these celebrities that really don't do anything. To me, the royal family, it's like the Kardashians. Like I see,
they're beloved in England.
Oh, I know that.
You know
yes,
what I mean? We don't understand it. But...
Yeah. I can't get behind any of it.
Cut 13, one more from his interview with Nigel Farage. He vowed the U.S. will 100% come to the defense of its NATO allies, provided the other 31 countries pay up. This is cut 13, Phil, go.
Now, NATO has to treat the U.S. fairly, because if it's not for the United States, NATO literally doesn't even exist. But they took advantage of us, like most countries do.
Okay, I mean, this is being used in Brussels as we've got to have a European defence force, even talk of Brussels having a nuclear weapon. Let's just try and get somewhere on this. If they start to pay their bills properly and the club is fair, are places like Poland defended? Will America be there?
Yeah, but the United States should pay its fair share, not everybody else's fair share.
No, fair enough.
I believe the United States was paying 90% of NATO, the cost of NATO. It could be 100%. It was the most unfair thing. And don't forget, it's more important to them than it is to us. We have an ocean in between some problems, okay? We have a nice, big, beautiful ocean. And it's more important for them. They were taking advantage, and they did. They took advantage of us on trade, and they took advantage on
So if
the
they
military.
play fair, if they start to play fair, America's there.
Yes, 100%, 100%.
Thank you.
I mean, I agree with him. The fact that America's footing, 90% of the bill is outrageous. But I also love the way he simplifies it. He's like, we got this big, beautiful ocean between you and us, and, we don't have to worry about it as much. And again, when we think about all these conflicts that are going on, specifically with Russia and Ukraine and things like that, again, and I don't, I'm not like this nonstop, everything Trump says is gospel, but like there's no doubt in my mind that this is not happening if Trump was reelected in 2021. It's not happening.
Nick, I don't know if I've ever asked you this before. Are you a fan of Star Wars?
I am not. I'm not a big Trekkie or a Star Wars guy.
Okay.
I'm not a big sci-fi in general genre person.
So there's a new series that will premiere on Disney Plus on June 4th called Star Wars Acolyte. The director is a person by the name of Leslie Headland. And if you're wondering what this film, or I think it's a series actually, is going to be about, or what the intentions are, she says that she wants to make a Star Wars movie that her parents would have allowed her to see as a queer person.
Okay, I had a feeling we were going to recast people in DEI roles. Is that the takeaway here?
Maybe, I don't know, but I don't know what. So she was only allowed to watch certain things as a queer person, according to her mother?
Doesn't seem very fair.
Cut 11, Phil, go.
When I saw Frozen as a grown-ass woman, I cried through the entire movie. There was just something about
All right, I have
the
to
relationship
ask a
between the sisters.
Yeah, I have to ask a question.
What's up with the hair there?
No. Is that a biological female?
Can we freeze frame her? Freeze frame.
Phil,
Freeze frame.
Phil, if you could freeze frame her, I don't know if you're able to do that, my friend.
Looks like a young Mike Francesa. I'm going to say no. I'll go biological male.
Dawn? Is that a female or a male?
And we're talking about
biological
the one on the right in the pink. That's definitely a biological
Can you
female.
play along? It's radio. Jesus.
It's definitely a biological male, okay?
This is radio, people.
She's definitely a biological male on the left. Or no, I'm sorry, a biological female on the left. That's a girl on the left.
Yes.
Yeah.
But I'm asking about the person on the right.
That's definitely a dude.
Okay.
The huge person in the pink that's a, come on, there's
you can
0.0
I think you can
chance
see the
that-
Adam's apple.
Well, I don't. YouTube.com/@1210 WPHT
Right?
if you want to see this. All right, let's start this over, Phil. Cut 11, go.
When I saw Frozen as a grown-ass woman, I cried through the entire movie. There was just something about the relationship between the sisters, the like de-villainization of the classic kind of fairy tale bad guy, the concept of true love being between two sisters and not a heterosexual relationship. Like it just destroyed me completely. And I thought, gosh, I would love to make something like this that is, for lack of a better term, Disney, meaning it's something that like my parents would have allowed me to see when I was younger as a queer person.
Gotcha.
But I would have been able to understand as a queer person, and I think I would have had a completely different life. And so I really was inspired by it and was like, God, I would love to make a story like this. And so when I was developing this original idea to pitch to Kathleen, I thought, well, it can't just be that. When you're pitching Star Wars, you have to pull from what George was also interested in. Like, it can't just be like, well, I'm referencing, especially if you're going to set something, during the High Republic or end of High Republic into prequels, you don't have the Skywalker saga. Like, you can't reference a character that was created by George and or Filoni. Like, you have to create your own new characters.
Got it?
No, I don't. But I'll try to make the best I can out of this in the next couple of moments. Two things. One, I've cried watching Frozen as well, but it's because my daughters made me watch it 1,300 times. And I just couldn't take any more of that song anymore. But secondly, I didn't know that there was any of that, and maybe it's just I just zone out when I watch it with them. Like, I'm 40, my girls will be 10 coming up in September. So if you've had a kid anywhere in the last 8 to 15 years, you've probably been forced to watch Frozen multiple times. I didn't know that there was any element to, as she says, a queer element to it in the actual movie of Frozen. Is that what she's implying?
I can honestly tell you I've never seen it, so I don't know what she's talking about. Luckily, I have a boy.
Yeah,
so.
most parents that have girls have seen this. I don't know that Frozen is big in the little toddler boy community, but
I don't. Is she? Yeah, she seems to suggest something that's not correct because the sisters love each other and they're they're sisters.
Yes.
So this individual seems to say that the sisters. Is this person saying that they're just sisters, or that there's a sexual kind of?
That's what I'm wondering.
I've
never found that to be the vibe or the theme or the intention behind the sisters. No. And I've seen the movie a bazillion times. I can almost recite the stinking thing. I have no idea what she's talking about there. But also, and say what you want about Frozen, it's been incredibly successful. It's one of Disney's most accomplished movies, I would presume, of all time, without looking at like Rotten Tomatoes or Box Office Mojo to see what they drew for it. But why do we have to always rewrite these classics?
We don't.
Yeah, I know.
Exactly.
Of course we don't.
We don't.
Of course we don't.
Now, I didn't know, because we're Star Wars people. We love Star Wars.
Yeah, me too.
And so the Acolyte is supposed to debut, start streaming on Disney Plus June 4th.
Yep.
I thought it was like a Jedi killer, because we love the Jedi.
Yeah,
they do those Jedi mind tricks, and this is like a killer, like a hunter of the Jedi, and it looked like a cool premise. I didn't see anything that was going to this situation.
Okay.
So is it new? This individual in the pink there seems to see everything, through good for them. They see sisters as perhaps an incestuous thing. Nobody else, 0.0, nobody else saw that.
Yeah.
But good for whatever.
They,
good for them.
Yeah.
I just hope that we don't see whatever is that person sees in the new one. I really, but anybody can see what they want to see. So
I guess
you do you.
For what it's worth, Frozen, when it came out in 2013, it is now raked in $1.28 billion.
Oh yeah, it's a huge.
Oh yeah,
it's a huge.
It's the highest. It was the highest grossing film of 2013 and the 5th highest grossing film of all time.
I'm just glad that I have a boy and I haven't seen it yet. I'm just really glad. My son's into Ghostbusters now, which I couldn't be happier about.
And my boys watch Frozen. Frozen's fine. They have.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, they have the snowman and they have the ice. What's the boy's friend's name? I forget the name. But anyway, yeah, they liked it. It was cute.
I don't know about that.
It was fine.
I don't know about that.
When's the new Ghostbusters come out, by the way?
I don't know.
It's coming. Is it this week?
Yeah,
because
soon.
the original cast is in it.
Yeah, I know.
I'm gonna go see it.
I mean, they were in the last one.
Yeah, I haven't liked any of them since the second one. The first and the second one, the originals were good.
Of course.
The remake with all the chicks from SNL,
that was terrible. But
awful.
The one they did a couple years ago,
out of the farmhouse.
That was good. You didn't like that?
Yeah,
I like that.
It was okay. I mean,
I thought it was good.
I'm not clamoring to see it again. If there's nothing else on and I stumble into it, I'll watch it a little bit. Yeah.
All right, we have to break for Mr. Bruno.
That's right.
Who's
Coming up
on
next.
the On Deck Circle.
Yes, he is
in Florida,
and I'm sure he's wearing something Phillies related, and he's ready to talk about baseball. Here's the 2-2. All right, Tony Bruno live from Florida as we continue on Kayal and Company Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Yeah, why is it when you have all the family friends over, everybody ends up in the kitchen? Do you ever notice that? My kitchen is the heart of my home. If your kitchen or maybe that guest bathroom is so outdated with the dark cabinets, the dark wallpaper, you need kitchen magic. You need that little bit of magic, right? Or maybe a lot of magic. Kitchen Magic is local, Pennsylvania, family-owned and operated since 1979, serving our entire region. Their experienced team transforming more than 60,000 spaces. So here's what you're going to get. A dedicated design consultant is going to work with you on your choices for things like refacing, custom cabinets, backsplash, the counters, and what about a tub shower conversion? Whatever it is, whatever you choose and work with your design consultant, you're going to get exactly what you want, what you wish for. It comes with an industry-leading warranty, and right now Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. just visit them at kitchenmagic.com. You can take a tour and look at all of the great work they've done over the years. Kitchenmagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm taking Colorado tonight, -2.5 against Boise State. Yeah, man, it's March. College basketball. You know what that means? The tournament is here. From upsets to buzzer beaters, nothing compares to college basketball in March. But sometimes you're on the wrong end of those moments. That's why FanDuel is giving everyone, a no-sweat bet from now until March 20th, which is today. You'd think they would have updated this copy. But yeah, hey, what do I know, right? It doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel, so you have to do it today because I think it ends today. So if you have not done so, FanDuel.com/Greg, FanDuel.com/Greg. Sign up right now, and you can get a no sweat bet on college game day, college basketball parlays. I love the FanDuel app. So download it if you don't already have it by going to FanDuel.com/Greg. Make every moment more. FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge Casino. It's America's #1 sportsbook. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 1210 WPHT, 21 and over, President PA. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know what happens when a smart group of medical professionals get together and commit to a technology designed to relieve your aching joints without surgery? It's called QC Kinetics.
And this guy knows the power of a solid team. Emmitt Smith, football legend and Dancing with the Stars champ.
This elite medical group, some of them orthopedic doctors, got together and said, why are we prescribing so many medications? Why are we sending so many people to surgery in droves? Let's change this.
The answer? Natural biologics, our own healing properties. And the outcome is the country's largest provider of non-surgical regenerative treatments, QC Kinetics.
Actually, the real outcome are the tens of thousands of patients who finally got their quality of life back without surgery, thanks to QC Kinetics.
Call QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. That's 215-999-3000. 215-999-3000.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
Hey, Audubon. Tell your smart speaker to play 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
All right, Kayal Company, 8:36 Wednesday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT. Every Wednesday around this time, we head on down to Florida to chat with our buddy, our pal, a great American, the one, the only, Tony Bruno, joining us live from Florida. Mr. Bruno, good morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, and thank you for joining me today, ladies and gentlemen.
Any update? Have we seen any Haitian migrants invading Florida, Tony? And are you on patrol?
I'm not on patrol. I don't have to be. I live here in Florida. I saw a bunch of guys at Home Depot in the parking lot, but they want to work.
Yeah.
So I don't know where they're from. When I lived in L.A., that was the thing. You live in L.A., you go to the Home Depot, and there's like 10 guys out there, you know, obviously from other countries, and they want to work. They want to do landscaping. They want to do stuff. I have no problem with that. It's the people that don't want to work and want to take my money.
Exactly.
So don't take my money. And by the way, speaking of taking money, we found out last night in the first 4 games, yes, Virginia, you stink at basketball. I mean, it was the worst game ever played. And now Rick Pitino should have another news conference today and denounce the NCAA selection committee for putting Virginia in a tournament, a team that scored 14 points in the first half of a game.
Well, Tony,
how embarrassing is that?
Yeah, it is bad. I was glued to the first game because that was Howard, which is the alma mater of the great Kamala Harris. As you recall, she showed up to March Madness last year to speak to her Howard Bison alum, and Howard got bounced last night. So the Veep's probably not too happy this morning.
I don't even think she realizes. I think she's at that Mexican restaurant in Phoenix with Joe and Dr. Jill. Remember when she did Quesaquade? Now that apparently Biden is going out after the Latino vote, so he went to Phoenix, and of course he went to a Mexican restaurant where he then walked off stage while somebody was talking. So, I mean, you talk about pandering. I mean, that's what it's all about, pandering for votes. And I'm glad that we don't pay attention to elections anymore, although I did get a note from the state of Pennsylvania that the upcoming Pennsylvania primary on April 9th, I better make sure I get my registration all straightened out. I don't live there anymore. I mean, I could. I mean, I am a Pennsylvania, Philadelphia resident because I have a property in South Philly. Mm-hmm. So can I vote in the Pennsylvania? I didn't even vote in the Florida election yesterday. I completely forgot there was an election. And most people do because what are you voting for?
Right.
You know, and now you can see how absolutely disinterested people are in these primaries because, you know, here in Florida, everybody knew Trump was going to win the Republican and Biden was going to win the Democratic. And so now they're just basically bottom line scroll things. Nobody's going to campaign headquarters anymore.
Yep.
Have you noticed that? It's like basically why even bother having these? I know they have to do some senatorial races. That's why Bob Casey is you know, pimping for money every day in Pennsylvania. And that's what politicians do. But to me, there's no juice left to me in this march to the nomination stuff. No. The nominations are pretty much already locked up unless they lock up Trump and figure out another way. Trotted out Stormy Daniels with a documentary. They trotted out Christine Blasey Ford, who has a new book. They're bringing all the people back. Mm-hmm. They got to bring, what's her name, the woman that he allegedly raped in a store when she was watching a TV show and got her $65 million or whatever it is. So that's what it is now. Every day it's just going to be, who are we going to trot out and try to relight that fire?
Yep.
The Stormy Daniels. I mean, I didn't see the documentary. I was flipping around on TV last night, and I saw Stormy Daniels, the American icon. American icon.
Yeah.
I haven't seen it, and I don't even think I want to watch it. But I wonder if they mention the guy who really screwed her over, which is her lawyer.
Avenatti?
Thank you.
Yeah, Michael Avenatti. He's still in the slammer somewhere. He took her money. He took more money from her than Trump ever thought of taking from her.
Yep.
Yet she's now an icon again. The icon we didn't deserve. Really? Come on, man.
Tony Bruno live from Florida. Some would say, Tony, it's been a bloodbath of a week. It's been a long time since we chatted last Wednesday. I mean, we have seen some instances in the past where the media takes something completely out of context. But even for the mainstream media, this one really takes the cake using the bloodbath comment the way they did from Trump on Saturday at that rally in Ohio.
It's not even that they did it once. Then they doubled down on the Sunday shows. And then you're thinking, let's see what happens on Monday morning when The View gets together and when the other guy, the guy that looks like Beaker from Sesame Street, what's his name? I mean, doesn't he look like Beaker? Joe Scarborough? And then his wife again, I don't watch these shows. I just watch the highlights. That's the best thing about being on X, at Tony Bruno Nation, if you want to follow, is the highlights of watching Beaker and his wife sit there holding onto her coffee cup and then doubling and tripling down. And you figured, all right, they'll back off eventually because they've been called out. They don't even care if they've been called out anymore. They will just continue to and the amazing thing is they know who they're appealing to. They're appealing to the people who already aren't going to vote for Trump and are going to vote for Biden because those are the choices.
Yep.
So I don't get this, and they have to do an all-on assault. And that's why no matter how much you hate the media, it's just never enough because they're doing it to themselves. And the fact that any people who see this stuff and think this is perfectly copacetic, then you are really, really need some medication. And I don't even know if it's prescription strength. But Joe Biden did say he can go to all these different countries. Toronto. Did you hear that yesterday? He was talking about prescription drug prices again. I can go to Toronto, Paris, Rome, and I can get you those same pills cheaper than you have here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I don't know where you're getting your pills, Joe, but I guarantee you, you're not walking into a pharmacy, brother. Is he?
No.
You think Joe's walking into a CVS and said, "Hey, I'm low on my Adderall. Can you make it a double dose this week? I'm sort of
not going to be on my watch."
Not going to be on his
exactly
watch, Tony
right. Thank
Bruno.
you. And you know what he said yesterday?
What did he say?
I'm sick of this stuff.
I am sick of this stuff, Joe. Joe, are you going to go into the Mexican restaurant and have your wife talk about the tacos again? Remember when First Lady Jill Biden talked about the tacos?
Mm-hmm.
Tacos today, Joe?
No.
Yeah, he's tired of tacos.
Yeah.
He's played that taco card one too many times.
Yeah, this is not Taco Tuesday, Tony. This is What Up Wednesday.
No, it's What Up Wednesday.
Exactly
What Up,
right.
by the way.
By the way, what's up with your boy Olbermann? I mean, after the weekend, we've got the clip of Trump where he says he's been persecuted and prosecuted more than Abraham Lincoln, who we know was assassinated. And then Keith Olbermann basically comes out and says one can only hope, implying that he wants Donald Trump to be assassinated. I mean, there's Trump derangement syndrome, and then there's the version of what Keith has, and there's no anecdote for that, Tone.
And it's sad. I told you the story. I mean, Keith and I have been great friends, and I want to try to reach out and help him. But he doesn't answer he doesn't take my calls anymore. So I feel bad for the guy because I know he lives alone. I know he's got two cute little dogs, and he lives right off of Central Park West. And he sees out and looks at. I mean, if I lived where he lived, and I've been to his place many times, and I had that beautiful view every day where I can go out on my patio and see Central Park and watch, springing in the air, although it's a little chilly. I mean, the trees are still blooming. There's a lot of positive things, but I guess Keith is so into that rabbit hole. We call that a rabbit hole. We use that a lot now.
Yes.
The rabbit hole, gaslighting. Those are two sayings right now. How long will they last? The rabbit hole, well, we got the rabbit hole is going to be strong because the Easter Bunny's coming soon, right?
That's right.
So now will Joe Biden go out and bring the Easter Bunny back on the lawn again today? And then that woman who took her top off, who's now been charged with all these crimes. Remember that? Remember when they had the Decency Day?
Yeah.
And that one transsexual, now apparently she's big news. Did you see that story? She's now involved with some illegal activity.
Oh.
And yet there's Kamala Harris posing with her on the lawn.
Yeah.
And that's what's going on now. People don't care about what happens both ways. They only care one way.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the thing that makes the media embarrassing. Their job is to be skeptical and to actually ask questions.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't. And if you don't see that, that's what angers me. I don't care who you vote for, any of that stuff. But when you claim that the media is supposed to be the watchguard of what's going on politically, they're not.
Yeah.
They're all hacks. And there are very few media people who earn our respect every day. It's like baseball, like sports. When players in Philly play hard and they run into the walls, they earn our respect. Politicians, do you know one politician that's earned your respect in either party anywhere? Is there one politician anybody can look up to, or one media person anybody can look up to and say, that's a journalist? Very, very few. And I remember there used to be a lot of great journalists that I looked up to and actually have been around and learned from them. And now, what are they? Where are the real journalists? They're the street journalists. They're citizen journalists.
They become talk show hosts like you and Don Stensland.
Exactly right. Well,
where have all the great journalists gone?
I am getting Jell-O for lunch today. Thank you, Baby Hog. I love Baby Hog, one of my favorite followers there.
Are you being trolled in the chat?
Oh, the Baby Hog. But I love Baby Hogs, because I do like pork.
Yeah.
The other white meat.
Exactly.
By the way,
right.
we have gator down here, which is another white meat. That
I've
people
never had
underestimate.
gator. Is it good?
No, gator, Miss Robin, we do Florida updates because we're here in Florida. And on our show every day, we do Florida updates. And one of the revelations, which we were unaware of, is that that gator meat, and it's the tail meat. You're not eating, it's like crabs. You don't eat the guts inside. You just eat the white meat.
Right.
And so alligators have more protein than any other form of meat product. High in protein, low in fat. Mm-hmm. So I had some gator bites the other day at a local tiki hut, and they're pretty good. They taste like chicken.
Yeah.
So if everything now, of course, Tyson doesn't taste like chicken anymore because apparently people are now going crazy, not realizing that Tyson has like 50,000 companies, and so all these people want to boycott Tyson Foods. Meanwhile, you look at the list of Tyson Foods companies, I don't think you're going to be boycotting all those people. So the whole boycott thing, that to me has jumped the shark. And has jumped the shark.
Yeah, it jumped the shark years ago, Tone. I documented that in 2016. Tony Bruno live with us from Florida. Speaking of media, I want to go specifically to social media here. A very big story from the weekend. We talked about it earlier this week with free speech and the Supreme Court of the United States. These First Amendment cases where government employees with government-branded Twitter accounts and Facebook accounts blocking citizens because these citizens during the pandemic had the audacity to question their leaders with lockdowns and things like that. And now we have Ketanji Brown Jackson, Biden appointee of SCOTUS, who's coming out and saying, I think the First Amendment, and I'm paraphrasing here, is kind of cramping the government style, so to speak. And I'm like, yeah, that's the whole point of the First Amendment, Ketanji.
Exactly. And this is the woman who, during her confirmation hearing, couldn't identify a woman. And now, the thing I don't understand this, I thought once the Supreme Court made a ruling, which they did the other day, basically saying that the state of Texas could not enforce its own border laws, right, and that the government, because the government keeps suing Texas, who are trying to keep people not from the legal checkpoints, but from walking across the country where it's wide open. And the governor down there is trying to stop this. And then they went to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court ruled against the state of Texas and in favor of the Biden administration. So they went back yesterday and voted again, and it was 6-3 to allow Texas to enforce its own border and to arrest people coming across where there is no checkpoint. Remember, if you go through a legal checkpoint, that's how we have immigration. But walking across an empty or walking across a river to get into the country is not a legal way to enter. And they're not going to stop people en masse walking through the streets. But if you walk across the border and in Texas, and you don't have any identification, or you cannot prove that you are legally in the country, you don't have ID, they can arrest you and then deport you. That's the way it should be.
Yep.
If I go to Italy and don't have a visa, if I overstay a visa, they throw me the hell out of the country, and that's my country, my second country. If I went to Sicily and they said leave, I'd say, hey, I'll get the mafia out here. You keep playing this stuff, I'll come after you. And that's what we need in Philadelphia. We need the mafia to come back, and Skinny Joey Merlino is now going to open a cheesesteak place in South Philly. Did you see that?
No.
Remember that place down on Broad Street that Donovan McNabb used to go to called Talk of the Town? It's right under that, as you're going toward the stadium complex on Broad Street.
The overpass?
It's right under the overpass,
Yeah.
the Walt Whitman Bridge approach.
Yep.
There was a place called Talk of the Town. Skinny Joey Merlino, ladies and gentlemen, is now going to take over that and make cheesesteaks in South Philly. How about that?
Oh.
Good.
You get a shot and a beer, too, or you may get shot. If you want to go in there, you have to sit facing the front of the place so you know who's coming in. That's what we do in South Philly. You know what I mean?
Exactly right. Tony Bruno breaking it down and chopping it up with us as he always does on a Wednesday here on Talk Radio 1210. I got to get your thoughts on this story. This is in the world of sports and March Madness. So if you are my age or older, you probably remember the early 90s Michigan college basketball team. They were called the Fab Five. They were revolutionary. They were counterculture. They were hip-hop. They were Gen X. They were everything. And Juwan Howard ended up having a really good NBA career, and he played at Michigan, and he was most recently the head coach at Michigan. They had a really good team a year or two ago, but this year they were god-awful. I think they finished 8-24. They missed the tournament. I want to play you this exchange. This is a reporter blaming white media for Juwan Howard being on the hot seat and then ultimately getting fired. Again, it wasn't the fact that they were 8-24 that he got fired. It's because white media said he had to go. Take a listen to this exchange, Tony. I want to get your thoughts.
Folks, recorder, Coach, I'm right here. First of all, we're praying for you that your health will
improve. You, brother. Appreciate that, man.
There's 3 black coaches in this conference, and throughout the season, each one of you has been put on a hot seat by the white media. I'm hoping that you survive this, but because we know black coaches sometimes don't.
Thank you.
But can you speak on just the fact that the 3 of you are doing the job that you've been hired to do, representing as coaches, there was black kids in the stands today that got to see you coach, and we'll see the other two black coaches during this tournament. Can you just speak on that?
Tony Bruno, your thoughts on the identity politics behind a guy who had an unbelievably bad year this year?
Yeah, and you know, the amazing thing about that is that he was fired because, remember, when he took the job, and you're seeing Kenny Payne was another guy who played at Louisville. They gave him the job, former Sixer. Coaches have been fired everywhere, and that's what they do. And the thing about the Juwan Howard firing is, remember, when he got the job, he was in the tournament his first 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think with the transfer portal and the way kids can just move away whenever they want when things aren't going well, you know, Juwan Howard, he had a chance, and and by the way, they gave him lovely parting gifts. They didn't just tell him to get off the street and go find a way to make a couple bucks. And you know who was one of his assistant coaches was? I had him on my show yesterday, Phil Martelli.
Yes,
remember
St.
Phil
Joe's.
Martelli,
Yeah.
the former St. Joe's coach? He was an assistant coach. I talked to Phil yesterday and asked him about what's going on at the University of Michigan. He is still there while Juwan Howard was fired, and most of the coaches. He still has a contract through April. So Phil told me he's going to stay in Michigan and help those kids who now don't have a place don't have a coach, and they'll figure out what's going to happen. So Phil obviously still a Philly guy through and through, but he's sitting in Ypsilanti, Michigan yesterday in front of a grocery store because he's still taking care of business on the Michigan campus.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the interesting story there because obviously, you know, and Phil had that ugly parting of ways with St. Joe's where he
Right.
did so much for that program. So he has very little respect for the way they treated him. But he has two sons who are now assistant coaches. One of them, Phil Jr., is coaching at Bryant University up in Rhode Island.
Oh.
And so he's got the coaching tree continues to grow. And Phil Martelli, one of the great guys in the area. He is coming back for Easter, though, because his wife says if you don't come back to Philly for Easter, it's going to be over after 47 years.
On that note, we will wrap it up. Tony Bruno, great stuff as always. Thank you very much. We'll talk again next week, pal.
Hi. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Mr. Bruno.
I don't know about you guys.
But I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I'm going to go to bed.
Yes.
So am I.
So am I. I'm going to take some Dayquil when I get home and I'm passing out. Great stuff. There he is.
Thanks, guys.
There he is, Tony
Bye-bye.
Bruno. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bruno down in Florida with his Phillies apparel on. We'll come back. Final hour is on the way. A lot of heavy topics this morning, but in the final segment, we'll get into some of these stories we didn't get to yesterday because we ran out of time. Another report on the excessive tipping phenomenon in America. And also, 3 major retailers are checking out on self-checkout. We're back after this on Kayal and Company.
You know, it's that time of year to enjoy life. Think about spring. Think about summer upcoming. But what about that pain in your joints that's aching, that's keeping you from doing everything you want to do? You got to call my friends from QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative medicine. And I'm talking lasting joint pain relief. No surgery, no drugs, no downtime. It is a fact. QC Kinetics is transforming lives. They have advanced treatments which harness your own body's ability to restore and, yes, repair your damaged joint tissue. Pro athletes, they've been doing this for decades. They've known about it. But now this life-changing treatment is available for you, for me, for all of us. So you can walk, run, do everything you want to do, enjoy life, and move again pain-free. No pain pills, no risky surgery. It's an all-natural solution. That's what I love about it. QC Kinetics has tens of thousands of satisfied patients reclaiming their mobility. This could be you too. So take action now. Live your best life this spring and summer. And what a great use of your tax refund check. By the way, just call QC Kinetics. Call them today for a free consultation. Here's the number, 215-999-3000, 215-999-3000, QC Kinetics, 215-999-3000. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
This story is called The Ugly Truth About Timeshare. If you think you've done your family a favor by buying a timeshare, you need my help. Hello, I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group. 10 years ago, I started helping folks cancel their timeshare. And in the process, started what's now called the timeshare cancellation industry. The ugly truth is when you buy a timeshare, you can't tell me how much it's going to cost or when it's going to end. I recently helped a couple that had their maintenance fees go from $800 to $3,200 a year. They also received a $4,000 assessment for a hurricane that was over 1,000 miles away. Sound crazy? The crazy thing is, this never ends. Call my office now. If we take you as a client, I guarantee we'll cancel your timeshare or you'll pay nothing.
Call for your free information kit. Call 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121. 800-329-2121.
Hello, America. It's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you don't have Consumer Cellular yet, now is the perfect time to switch and save. For a limited time, new customers can get wireless service for as low as $15 a month for your first year. Yep, the same exact nationwide coverage as the leading carriers for $15 a month for an entire year. What are you waiting for? Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com and use code RADIO15.
See consumercellular.com/firstyear15 for promotional details.
If you want jazz music, go to New Orleans. Bagels, New York. And for psychics, think California Psychics. You want the best, you go to the best. At California Psychics, home of free spirits and open minds, we know better than anyone what makes a good psychic. That's why we guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
As veterans, we're no strangers to helping others.
It's what we were taught, trained, and told to do.
It could be for anything. Helping a friend move.
Listening to a fellow veteran for hours, at any hour of the day.
Or just simply making time for people. A neighbor, a loved one, or even a stranger.
We're often the first to help others. There's no question about it.
But we do have one question for the veterans listening.
When was the last time you reached out for help?
Perhaps it's time to do for yourself what you would do for others.
If you or someone you know needs resources, whether it's for stress, finances, employment, or mental health, don't wait. Reach out.
Find more information at va.gov/reach. That's va.gov/reach.
Brought to you by the United States Department of Veterans Affairs and the Ad Council.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 leased for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code EARN for an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first fill up. That's promo code EARN.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Wednesday morning. It is Kayal and Company. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Follow us on YouTube. Click all the buttons that Stalker tells you to. Follow, subscribe, like, whatever other buttons are out there. Just click them all.
Yeah,
Just
if you're
go
watching
crazy.
if you're watching right now on YouTube, youtube.com/1210WPHT, just please hit the subscribe button and hit the like button, please. Thank you very much.
Morning mystery movie clip in less than 20 minutes. Dawn's Big 3, just over 20 minutes from now. What's on the cut sheet Part Due and all sorts of other goodies along the way. What's on tap for the Dawn Show today in music history, and who on Twitter today? But a lot of heavy stuff in the first couple of hours of the show before we got to the cut sheet and Tony Bruno. If you missed the big take this morning on the latest with COVID, with the data of school closures 4 years later, or anything with the border, with the Supreme Court reversing course and doing a 180, you can go back and get that. Also, the reports out there of Trump's cabinet members, all of that was on the docket this morning for about the first hour and 35 minutes of the show. I wanted to get to this yesterday, but we ran out of time, and this will be a perfect spot for it here in the 9 o'clock hour. So are we looking at the end of self-checkout? Very interesting story in the Daily Mail with three titans of retail in Dollar General, Target, and Walmart, all now scaling back on the self-service registers, but it's not because they care about your customer service. Retailers have announced sweeping changes to the automated registers in stores, and now Dollar General has gone as far as removing them, while Target has capped the number of items you can purchase in the self-checkout at 10 items or less. A couple of details here. Last week, Dollar General announced it was pulling self-checkout stands entirely from 300 of its stores, with the highest level of shoplifting and mis-scanned items, probably intentionally, although occasionally you do one by accident. And then also in 9,000 other locations, it said it's converting some of its self-checkout registers to regular cashier checkouts, a.k.a. the way it used to be back in the day. Whereas with Target, they are going to go to 10 items or less, and Walmart will be making changes as well. You know, we've talked about this before, and I'm not opposed to self-checkout. Like, I will use it. Last weekend, perfect example. The batteries in my television remote control died, and I didn't have any batteries left. So I ran to the store, and I grabbed a thing of AA batteries, and I used the self-checkout. But I try to avoid the self-checkout at the grocery store if I have like produce and fruits, vegetables, and things that are typically more difficult to scan, or you have to search the barcode and the numbers and the letters, and then it just turns into a whole debacle. Now, I shop at Giant at my local grocery store in Bluebell, and they very rarely ever have cashiers. They only have one or two, and there's one dude there. He's the slowest human being on the planet. And there's nothing wrong. Like, he's not like mentally slow. He just legitimately takes forever. Every time I see him working, I avoid him like the plague. Mm-hmm. So I'm not against certain elements of the self-checkout, but I have complained in the past that it's not really, if you think about it, it's not a convenience to you if you're waiting 5 deep anyway to get into self-checkout. If you have to like look up the code in the search history for like a tomato or a head of lettuce or green peppers or onions, it's a really arduous task. And I've just never thought it's a convenience. It's a cost-cutting measure for these companies, in my opinion.
The town that I live in too now, I said this a few weeks ago, they got rid of plastic bags. So now you have to bring your own bags when you check out.
Or buy theirs.
Or they have paper bags, that you can, but I hate paper bags because they rip.
But they sell cloth bags now, right?
Yes, but you have to buy them,
right?
Or you have to bring your own. The problem is that like the Y's or any of the places like that, they have really small areas to put all your stuff in. Mm-hmm. So like the alarms are constantly being set off because you're not putting something in the bag, or then you're taking the bag off of the counter and you're putting it down, and then another alarm goes off. So it's a giant pain in the butt.
Mm-hmm. And I think, to your point, why not then go to an Aldi? Because they don't have bags either, or a wholesale club haven't. None of them have had bags for years.
Right.
But they do have, like Aldi, their checkout people are they are so fast.
Are they really?
Oh, yeah. And they just move you through that line.
Yeah.
So there's not self-checkout, but they get you through. They put it right back in the cart. They have the whole system. And so to me, what I think is going to happen, there will be stores who say, you know what, we provide the service. You don't have to do self-checkout. We're going to provide the bags. We're going to provide the service, full service, because otherwise, why are you paying more?
Mm-hmm.
Why are you paying more at the so-called full-service places that are much more even slower and worse than those so-called, big, warehouses?
Right.
Well, why not go to the warehouse?
No, you're exactly right. And a lot of these big companies are saying they're doing this now because of the theft issue, which I totally believe because we see it. I mean, we just played you that clip earlier this week of the family eating cereal and chips and dip in the middle of aisle 4, sitting down on the floor like savage animals. But now Walmart is also saying that. Now, I don't have Walmart Plus. Dawn, you shop at Walmart sometimes. Do you have Walmart? Because they're saying at Walmart Plus, you have to pay $98 a year to use that service?
They're competing with Amazon.
Okay. But so I got to pay
you get free delivery for everything.
Okay.
So that you get free delivery, you get all kinds of special deals.
Well, in this story in the Daily Mail, apparently there's a big pushback on social media because social media users are claiming that Walmart limits its self-checkout lines to those who only have a Walmart Plus membership. So my takeaway, if that's true, is so I got to pay $100 a year to use self-checkout while you're not paying somebody to be a cashier. It feels like you're double dipping there. You're not only saving money by not paying a cashier, but now you're going to charge me to scan my own stuff. I have an issue with that if that's true, but I don't shop at Walmart. I know Greg hates Walmart.
Yeah, hideous places, hideous people. Dawn excluded.
I know, but I love Walmart. They have a lot of great deals, and not necessarily. My husband loves them for the groceries. It's not necessarily the groceries.
Oh,
they sell everything.
Well, yeah. I mean, they have great. I mean, if you've ever seen here, I'll give you a consumer tip right now. If you're in the market for a new smart TV. Big whopping flat screen. My God, they make them like 85 inches now. They're massive. Like, you can get an incredible rate on a really good TV at like Walmart. Don't go to Best Buy. You're going to get robbed blind there. Don't go to these big retailers with electronics. Like the same exact one, and I'm not talking like a Bobo generic brand TV that you never heard of. Like a nice Samsung with a little curve, it comes out of the corner of your walls and you can slide it around like all the fancy people have these days. Much cheaper at a Walmart than going elsewhere. So that's
I used to get everything at Best Buy because they had that awesome rewards program that was yearly. They still have it.
What, the Geek Squad?
It's like the Geek Squad Plus. It's the Best Buy Plus, they call it now. It used to be amazing. They would come. Everything was installed for free. If you needed anything, you had guys. It was the warranties, everything. It's now they've scaled back on that.
Okay.
So it's not as good.
Yeah. Well.
But we used to have that.
Okay. All right.
Pro tip.
855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. Now we got to get to we've talked about this topic plenty of times in the past. But Fox Business has another article up with this new phenomenon of excessive tipping. And I know I always sound like the old man get off my lawn when we talk about this, but I don't know where this has got to be the entitlement era. According to foxbusiness.com, Americans are growing weary of tipping expectations and now admit they don't tip as much as they used to, according to a new study. There was research done by a company called Coupon Birds, where they surveyed 1,199 Americans about their own tipping habits before asking another 628 Americans about their views on tipping and wages for servers. Over three-quarters, 75% of Americans surveyed, believe that tipping expectations have, quote, gone too far, citing the increasing presence of gratuity requests at self-service kiosks, convenience stores, and the like. Quote, despite nearly 8 in 10 Americans agreeing that self-service machines asking for tips is going too far, it's also something where 47% have experienced this. Shockingly, 39.7% have been told up front that they would receive a worse service if they did not tip. Now, imagine that. 4 out of 10 people working in the service industry are telling people in advance that your service will not be up to par if you do not tip. And then why are we tipping for self-service checkouts? Where's that tip money going to? There's nobody helping me.
Yeah.
I mean, this is again, and I'll sound like the old dude and the miserable guy, and that's fine. If you, I'm not cheap. If you do a great job 25%. If you, I mean, but this notion that we have to give tips to people that are not doing anything or doing a subpar job in a merit-based world where you are, or at least the way it used to be, where you are rewarded based on how well you do your profession and your craft of choice, to me is crazy land. Absolute crazy land. And I see it at many places now. Even when you, with these new little flip tablets, where it's like you can swipe your debit card on, it almost looks like an iPad, and they hand it to you. And even before your total comes up, it says, do you want to tip 20%, 15%, or other? And then you sign, or you can tap no tip, or no receipt, or print my receipt, or email my receipt. The idea that you are going to tip somebody for not doing anything or doing a well below expectation is just crazy talk to me. I don't get it. Like, I go through many drive-thrus or pickup options. Like, I'll go to a local pizza spot in Bluebell, and it's actually a chain, but it's not like the big chains. I don't know if I can say it or not, but it's a really good spot. Anthony's Coal-Fired Pizza. They make some really great coal-fired pizza. And I will never get delivery because their standard pie is $22.99. So between a delivery fee to drive 1 mile and tip, I'm not dropping $31 on a large pizza. I'm just not doing it. So I get in my truck and I drive the 8 blocks and I go and pick it up. And then there's the option to tip as I go in there. I'm like, no, I just drove to pick up. I'm not tipping you.
But then you feel like they're looking at you like, look at this guy.
And that's the worst part. They don't even have the decorum anymore. Remember, like, when your waitress would come by with your receipt and then just drop it off and come back? Like, they stand there and they hawk you. Like, here, they flip the little tablet around, and they're like, here, you can put a tip on it if you want. And it's like, it's kind of one of those things where you don't really tell people what to do. People do it based on the service they're experiencing.
Absolutely. I had a service the other day that cost me an arm and a leg, and the people that did the service for me were very nice. And they told me while we were negotiating on a price, oh, by the way, tips are optional. And I just felt like saying, like, but what am I paying for then? Like, why am I paying all of this money to have this job done?
Yeah.
And you still need a tip on top of it?
I mean,
what's the money for?
I've tipped a moving company, like the guys on like a Saturday that are hauling around couches. I've offer them something to drink in my house, like a Gatorade or water if it's hot out when we were moving.
What are you tipping them?
I gave each guy, it was like an hour worth of, they only moved maybe 12 or 13 items. I gave them each a $20 bill. Just like, hey man, I appreciate it. Thank you.
That on top of whatever
of the moving fee.
Yeah. Cost you. Gotcha.
Yeah, like if guys are doing like labor like that, like the same thing when our first house, we had an HOA, so we paid for like the landscaping and the upkeep. But there was another place where we had a landscaper, and we paid a fee, but we still gave them a tip on top of it. Like, I'm all for helping out the true laborers that are out there, busting their sweating their brains out. But this day and age of like, hey, I just paid $5.28 for a 12-ounce coffee, and you're expecting like a $2 or $3 tip. I'm sorry. I'm not spending $9 a day on coffee.
Yeah.
So just figured we would pass that story along for you. All right, 855-839-1210. Morning Mystery Movie clip on the way in 5 minutes. Dawn's Big Three right after. It is Kayal and Company here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. But first, here's a tip. I've got a tip for you. BlueChew.com. Promo code 1210 for your first month free. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210, first month free, because the great people at Blue Chew, they offer a unique, one-of-a-kind online service that is all about helping out men and delivering men the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, because Father Time could be catching up with you when it pertains to your adult relationships behind closed doors. But now Blue Chew is here for you, and it comes in a chewable tablet at a much cheaper price. Just pay $5. That's it. $5 when you go to BlueChew.com and use the promo code 1210 for your first month free. Pay the $5 for shipping, and it shows up right on your doorstep in discreet fashion. No embarrassing conversations, no pharmacies, none of that. Just the results you need. BlueChew.com, promo code 1210 for your first month free.
Spring is here. Get ahead of summer pricing and availability. Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your local Lennox dealers. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently before you get stuck without cooling on blistering hot days coming up. 0% financing options are available. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Make lifetime memories with your family and friends when you book your stay at the beautiful Oceanfront Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey. Book a June midweek package and save. Stay 3 nights, receive $60 a night in resort credits. Stay 5 nights, get $70 a night. Stay 7 nights and receive $80 a night. Use your resort credits on purchases in Hemingway's restaurant, the outdoor pool bar, beach concession, or in the gift shop. Book direct with them for the best rates. Call 800-257-8550 or visit them online at grandhotelcapemay.com. Are you still holding on to that winter weight? Time to shed that fat and get ready for the warmer weather of spring with NJ Diet. For over a decade, they've helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair and saliva along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. You are fully supervised the entire time to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. And you even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations in King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, and Newark, Delaware, or available from home with live online consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET, 855-5NJ-DIET, or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. Get slimmer before this summer with njdiet.com.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
A message from McCausland Lock Service. Stop what you're doing right now and look at your car key. Does it look like it's been chewed on by a small woodland creature, used for batting practice by an entire baseball team, or left in the middle of 95? Oh, and let me guess, it's the only one you have? Head to McCausland Lock Service. Get a brand new key fob for up to half the price a dealer would charge. Call today. Most cars don't even require an appointment, and you'll be out the door in under 30 minutes. McCausland Lock Service, 610-430-1500.
At American Heritage Credit Union, our rates allow you to choose what works best for you. Save for your future with a 13-month IRA certificate at 5% annual percentage yield. Or enjoy more flexibility with a 10-month certificate at 5% annual percentage yield. Learn more at AmericanHeritageCU.org. That's AmericanHeritageCU.org. Federally insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today.
I'm getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, a Pfizer vaccine.
So am I, because I'm at risk for pneumococcal pneumonia.
If you're 19 or older with chronic conditions like asthma, diabetes, COPD, or heart disease, or are 65 or older, you are at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine. It can help protect you against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Even if you've already been vaccinated with other pneumonia vaccines, Prevnar 20 may help provide added protection. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. Side effects include pain and swelling at the injection site, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
Drive in with Kayal and Company mornings 6 till 10. Drive home with Rich Zioli afternoons 3 till 7. Live and local on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 921, live on this Wednesday morning. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Dawn's Big Three coming up in just a moment, and then we will get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. But it is time to give something away once again with our Morning Mystery movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery movie clip on Kayal Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You are 31 hours from your destination. What's that?
Roadmate 700. I call her Lola.
Make a right in 100 feet.
Thank you, Lola. She's accurate to within 10 feet.
Go straight.
No, Lola says take a right.
Well, you'll hit mall traffic. Just go straight. 50 feet.
Yeah, but she said take a right.
Well, I'm telling you to go straight. 20 feet. Choose.
Baby, please.
Turn right. Choose. Dad! Turn right.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
Oh, once again today, a pair of tickets to see TNA Impact Wrestling this Saturday, March 23rd at the 2300 Arena in South Philadelphia. For more information and tickets, visit TNAWrestling.com. Pair of tickets, TNA Wrestling Impact this Saturday. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. Good luck if you can identify that movie and that very noticeable and recognizable voice. A legend in many regards. All right, let's get to Dawn's Big Three at 9:23.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal Company.
Big Three at 9, sponsored by Anderson Mechanical this morning. Let's get to it. That we have, and this is the first day of spring heading up to 59 degrees. Suburban parents slap police with a $50 million lawsuit. These are the parents of 18-year-old Anthony Allegrini Jr., among others, filing the federal lawsuit against local police, Philadelphia police, Pennsylvania State Police, as well as personally the trooper who they accuse of murder. So these grieving Glen Mills parents also claim PSP and Philly police blocked medical assistance to the teenager, allowing him to bleed to death. So a lot of horrible claims within this lawsuit. It all began last summer as large illegal street racing crowds shut down I-95 right near. This incident was near Penn's Landing. According to the lawsuit, Allegrini Jr. and his three buddies were innocent bystanders just watching illegal street racing as spectators in his 2019 Audi when the fatal encounter unfolded in June of 2023, last summer. So they say that the trooper involved in the fatal shooting, they named the trooper, although he has not officially been named. So I won't name the trooper because it has not been publicly put out there, but they put in his name. They claim that without any warning, without any justification, without any probable cause, the officer got out of his vehicle with his weapon drawn, immediately walked up to the Audi and to the front windshield there and fired one shot, killing Anthony Allegrini Jr., the 18-year-old. This is the claim. They claim excessive force, and they also claim unknown state troopers and Philadelphia police. They claim hindered medical attention, allowing the teen to bleed to death right there on the highway for more than an hour after this shooting.
Wow. And you said this is a $50 million civil suit?
Yes. A federal lawsuit. Yes.
Okay. Wow.
They are pushing for, they held this rally yesterday. They want the trooper criminally charged with murder and held accountable. That was the demand yesterday. This is 9 months later. I will tell you that court records describe a very different, very stark and different account of what happened. So the court records revealed here's what it says. 2 state troopers were called to the chaotic scene in the middle of the night, get out of their marked vehicle, approach the black Audi S4 on foot, its license plate completely covered. The driver of the vehicle then failed to yield and drove toward the office, striking those 2 troopers. Remember, we talked about this at the time.
I was
Remember
just
this?
Ask you. This was last
June.
summer. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So that's when PCP, the Pennsylvania State Police, and they held a news conference. I think we played part of it as part of Greg's cut sheet at the time. When Pennsylvania State Police, they say that one trooper, again, on foot and now is pinned, is struck by the vehicle, fires one shot, a single shot into the windshield. I don't know if the windshield was one of those darkened windshields. Again, it was in the middle of the night, so I don't know that they could see how, the individuals behind the windshield.
Mm-hmm.
But that did indeed, the one bullet struck and killed the driver. And both of those troopers were treated for, leg injuries.
Right.
Had to be taken to the hospital and treated.
I don't recall the specifics of this other than the fact that what you're just mentioning. But do they talk about whether or not the officers had body cam footage?
Well, how many times have we discussed this? And just recently in another case, Pennsylvania State Police, they're the last, for some bizarre reasons, they're the last to get the cameras. Now, they're supposed to get them within about a week.
Okay.
So we'll follow up on that. To your very point, Nick, that would either clear or, that would tell us a lot. The absence of body-worn cameras by Pennsylvania State Police present a challenge to the investigation. And I don't know if they had the dash cam rolling. I don't know.
Yep.
So the estate of Allegrini Jr., the 18-year-old, along with his three friends, so the three buddies in the car who are named, Giovanni Patiti, Vincent Tribbiani, and William Soper. So they're all named as the plaintiffs. In other words, they're claiming to be the victims of police, seeking $50 million in damages.
Okay.
So that's the case as Pennsylvania State Police, local law enforcement, Philadelphia Police, but naming the trooper as well.
Right.
Number 2 in our big 3, want to get to an economic story. It's all about the economy. The Federal Reserve set to announce an interest rate decision today, revealing the latest move in a years-long battle to dial back price increases. So we're talking Bidenomics, inflation today. It looks like they're expected to leave interest rates unchanged at the meeting today, keeping borrowing costs at their current level between 5.25% and 5.5%, highest level since 2001. So that not good for Joe Biden as we move forward. So it looks like they're saying they won't do anything, and maybe not until June, and none of that is a good forecast for Biden. So we'll see, watching that one. Number 3, Sony's $100 million sequel, Who You Gonna Call? Ghostbusters Frozen Empire, looking at a $45 million opening at the domestic box office tomorrow. Yes, my sons are going. Previous installment, Ghostbusters Afterlife, by the way, released during the pandemic in 2021, opened at $44 million, made domestically $129. But this one is expected to be the biggest. It's expected to be big.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be big.
I'm definitely going to go see it all by myself in the middle of the day.
Well,
like a creepy old man.
I'm trying to think the closest one to you, because
right down by the Plymouth Meeting Mall.
I should get you. You should go with. It's going to be Jonathan, who you would love. They all love you, and Michael and David. You should go with them.
Yeah, we'll make.
You're going tomorrow night.
Yeah, it'll be a boys' trip.
I know. You'd have fun.
Yeah. I'll take him out to the bar.
Why are you laughing, Greg Stocker?
Get him a cocktail.
You can't take what are you going to corrupt the two? You and Jonathan could go.
Well, how old's
young
Jonathan?
Babies.
How old's Jonathan?
Jonathan?
Yeah.
He's your age.
Oh, okay.
1984.
Oh, it's a great year.
I think he's actually
1984 is the year Ghostbusters, the first one, came out.
Right?
Yeah.
So you got to. He turns 40 this summer.
Okay.
Right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Welcome to the club, brother.
Right? Who are you going to call?
Ghostbusters.
Nick Kayal. Go to the movie. You should have a movie night.
We should.
So let's talk about Anderson. We're so excited to welcome in Anderson Mechanical Corporation. Had a great chance to meet our friends Carrie and Bill. But Anderson Mechanical Corporation, they are the people to call to make sure your home is ready to keep cool this summer. Just call them today. Schedule a spring tune-up at an awesome discount. Visit amcontheweb.com, amcontheweb.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn and our friends from WPHT sent you, okay? And that is our big 3.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 855-839-1210. We've got our winner on the line. He is Brian in West Berlin, and he's identified the movie clip. Brian, good morning. What movie did we just play for you, sir?
Good morning. RV.
That's correct. Woo! Robin Williams, RV, correct. Congratulations. You've got the tickets for TNA Impact Wrestling this Saturday.
Buddy. Yeah, let's go wrestling, boys.
All right, Brian.
I love it.
Yeah, 2 Street fired up.
Yeah.
That might be our See, that's what we need more.
Yes.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah.
We're just giving away good stuff every day, and it's like, oh, thanks.
What was his name?
Brian.
Brian. Thank
he's
you, Brian.
mentioning 2 Street. So he's a South Philly guy. That's why.
Yeah, he is.
Mummer. He's probably
Yeah.
a mummer.
Yeah.
We love him.
And by the way, Ghostbusters, the original, box office, $295 million back in 1984.
Yeah.
I don't know what that equates to 40 years later, but it's a significant number. All right, quick break?
Yes.
All right, we'll come right back and get to What's on the Cut Sheet Part 2. That's next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
The Bet Park Sportsbook is an official betting partner of the PGA Tour. Next up, and we got the Valspar Championship in Florida starting tomorrow. Check the Bet Parks app for odds on your favorite golfer, the only app I ever recommend, as you know, Parks. Baseball is back. Can't wait for the regular season to open. We're counting down the days. I think we're 8 days and counting to the end of the month. So join me right now on the Bet Parks app, the only sports betting app I ever recommend. Bet on all your faves and make those baseball futures bets right now. You can wager now on who you think will win it all this year. $20 wager on the Fightins pays up $300. $20 wager on the New York team in pinstripes pays $180. $20 wager on LA pays out $65, and a $20 wager on Houston pays out $160. So new users, join me right now. Download the Bet Park Sportsbook app, make a winning $10 sports bet, and get $125 in sportsbook bonuses back. Who wins MVP, Rookie of the Year, and so much more. A lot of fun. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, or Ohio. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
The Phillies have discontinued Dollar Dog Night because fans were throwing hot dogs at each other.
These changes for the Phillies. All fans are asked to please hold on to your wieners. Thank you, and enjoy the ball game.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at the Church of the Incarnation on Main Street in Mantua Township, Saturday, April 20th, and at St. Luke's Church in Glenside, Saturday, April 27th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, an XC40 can be leased for as low as $459 and an XC90 lease for as low as $629. Interest rates are as low as 4%. Along with Volvo-sponsored incentives, the Cherry Hill Volvo offers are very aggressive. When purchasing or leasing a new Cherry Hill Volvo, special additional incentives will be given. Spring into Cherry Hill Volvo now for these incredibly fabulous offers.
The Phillies are back.
And it's gone! Number 300 by Harper in the bottom of the 8th inning.
Listen to Philadelphia Phillies spring training games every Saturday and Sunday, live on the free Odyssey app with Sports Radio 94 WIP.
Walk him off, Kyle Schwarber!
Fransky in LA, live this spring on Sports Radio 94 WIP. Your Phillies, your Odyssey. AUDACY. Download the free Odyssey app today. Live games available for fans and market only.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The
With so much uncertainty in the world today, you may find yourself wondering, is now even the right time to retire?
And so many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping get people to, through, and beyond retirement for over 25 years. And each week, he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti, Saturday mornings at 9 and Sunday afternoons at 5 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
It will be double the fun at CBP on Hatfield Phillies Frank's BOGO nights, when fans can purchase 2 hot dogs for the price of 1. Don't miss out on April 2nd and April 16th, both at 6:40. Get tickets now at Phillies.com. Start April the right way with some Phillies baseball when the Reds come to town on Monday, April 1st and Tuesday, April 2nd, both at 6:40, and Wednesday, April 3rd at 1:05. Grab tickets now at Phillies.com.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
Mustard. It's Kayal Company, 9:37, Wednesday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your work day. Nick, Dawn, and Greg will find out what's on tap for the Dawn Show in just about 13 minutes. Today in music history and who won Twitter today. Our buddy Richard Notaro checks in on Twitter, and he says that $284 million from the Ghostbusters in 1984 would equal over $848 million.
Wow.
Today.
Man.
He says, a good example of how the government steals value from taxpayers. Thank you very much, Richard, on Twitter. All right, let's get to round 2. It's What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2.
What's on the cut sheet?
Part 2. What's on the Cut Sheet, Part 2 on this Wednesday is sponsored by Holland Floor Covering. Holland Floor Covering is the region's premier flooring dealer. Family operated for over 50 years, providing exceptional service and professional installation. Visit their 2 showrooms in Wayne and Newtown. No charge samples, no obligation estimates. Learn more at hollandfloor.com. That's Holland, Holland, floor.com. Let's go to something we discussed a lot yesterday in the 9 o'clock hour. Letitia James saying that she's going to seize the Trump properties if he doesn't pay the $500 million that he owes for the bond. Jonathan Turley was on Fox News last night discussing this, and he says that even if you don't like Trump, you can't not you. Let me say this again. You don't have to like Trump to not like what's happening in the New York civil fraud case. This is what he said on Fox News last night. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
Well, that's the problem, is that many of us believe that much of this cannot stand. But first, he's got to get in front of another judge. And the problem with the bond is that it's being used as a punitive device. I mean, James is constantly threatening to take over these properties, like she's going to put a lock on Trump Tower. And it's thrilling to many people in New York. But for many of us outside New York, you look at this and you look, well, come on. I mean, you know, you have a judge that comes up with a number that none of us can understand. And because he did that, Trump would have to sell off property in order to get someone to say that you were excessive. He could have come up with $1 billion, made it impossible to find a bond. Instead, he went with $500 million, which is almost nearly as impossible. The fact is that Trump's business is largely in real estate. That's not good if you have to float a bond because they want cash. And it's just the nature of his business. Now, the judge could have recognized that. The funny thing about being in real estate is those buildings aren't going anywhere. All you have to do is guarantee that he's not going to leverage his interest in that property, which you can do with another device, but they're fixed assets. So the judge could have said, you know, we're going to try to come up with another way of doing this so that my award is not a barrier to appeal. He refused. And of course, James is refusing to take any modest steps out of concern for due process. So it's up to the New York judiciary and the New York bar to show the rest of the country that there still is due process here. You don't have to like Trump to not like what's happening in this case.
Yeah, but it's really
simply put a.
It's really, thank you, Sean Hannity. It's really well said by him. And if you just look at all the cases, if you go to Florida and look at Mar-a-Lago with classified documents, you go to Georgia in Fulton County or D.C., there's no bigger example of the disdain for Trump from people that are supposed to be objective officers of the court than in New York City. And you think about the two cases in New York right now. We've got Alvin Bragg coming up, a guy who just doesn't prosecute crimes. Then he wants to go from a misdemeanor to a felony over $130,000 when statute of limitations have expired. But specifically with this ruling, and this is where Turley is so spot on. And I think there's another clip of him out there where he talks about how this is a common business practice in New York, that people overinflate assets or undersell, and nobody ever gets prosecuted for this. And not only is Trump being prosecuted, but the exorbitant amount of $400 and almost $500 million, if, like, you just remove any feeling you have for Trump, pro or con for Trump, you just look at it, you're like, oh my God. Like, you can't not arrive at the conclusion that this is a vendetta. This is a score to settle. Oh, and by the way, too, there's another clip of Turley saying it's also against the law if you campaign on trying to get one specific individual, which Letitia James is on record of doing. I'm just saying, Turley's a pretty neutral guy. And guy's a legal scholar at George Washington University. I don't think he's in the business of giving tainted opinions or slanted views.
Over on CNN, Shark Tank's Kevin O'Leary was on the panel on CNN last night discussing this same case, and he was not happy. He's not happy about this. This is what I just sent you, Phil. Cut 14, go.
I don't think this case is about Trump anymore. I think this case is about New York. It's about the American brand. It's about what we promised the world in terms of fairness and justice and investing capital in a country that's built the largest economy on earth. Forfeiture, seizing of assets. Is that in our nomenclature in America? Is that what we tell people that want to bring their money here and protect property rights? Forget about Trump. Nothing to do with Trump. You think this is good for business in New York? You think this is good for business in America? To take a law that we used to protect people against buying refrigerators at an overpriced value decades ago and apply it against an individual and then talk about seizing assets like he was in Venezuela or in Cuba? This is a very, very, very bad look for New York. And everybody around the world is watching this. This may be great for the Attorney General, but this is not good for America.
So he's implying this is third world banana republic type stuff. And look, if it's going to happen to Trump, it's going to happen, or I shouldn't say it's going to. It can't. The precedent established here is if somebody doesn't like you, they could go after you. So if you're a bigwig business person, you're probably having second thoughts about your conducting of business, your transactions of business, you're setting up shop in New York. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, it's going to be a mass exodus, but there will be companies that ultimately say, you know what, maybe I'm better off in a red state. I think that's going to happen.
Yeah, and be careful what you wish for. Even people who say, they're going to seize Trump's assets. Do you really want this precedent? Because guess what? The pendulum swings, my friends.
Oh, and there will be a, to your point, right? Like remember, everybody said they didn't like, the boycotts the Bud Light. Like, just remember, when you go down this road and you create this,
that's right.
it comes back to get you when other people are in power. So we will see. All right. What's on the cut sheet part 2 in the books? We'll come back, wrap it up with what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Just 14 minutes out. Stay right there. It's Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Spring cleaning is upon us, but there's one meaningful box that you don't throw away when cleaning out your closet. It's the box filled with your family's important videotapes, film reels, and photos. Hi, I'm Adam Baselogger.
And I'm Nick Mako. We started Legacy Box over a decade ago to help families organize and update their analog media to digital.
Legacy Box is simple and easy. It works and is safe. Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box.
And Legacy Box has been featured in Good Housekeeping, The Today Show, and Rachel Ray.
Legacy Box is like magic, converting your shoebox of memories to the cloud or thumb drive, ready to watch and share.
Declutter your closet by digitizing your media. Become more organized and accomplished, knowing your family's recorded past is safe forever. Take advantage of our spring cleaning sale going on now. It's the easiest task to check off your to-do list.
For a limited time, you can get started for just $9 a tape. Visit legacybox.com/value to get our $9 sale. That's legacybox.com/value to get our $9 offer. legacybox.com/value.
The exclusive crash-proof retirement system not only protects your principal, but combats inflation, providing market-like returns credited as interest that cannot be taken away.
My name is Elsie White, and I've been with the crash-proof retirement system since 2018. The interest returns we get from crash-proof retirement are great because with inflation the way it is today, that's a big worry. Everything is so much more expensive. But with crash-proof, my money's secure. I've been earning between 4 and 6%. With the crash-proof retirement system, when we earn the interest, it is compounded onto our account. We never have a single fee. I am very grateful for their whole crash-proof retirement system. My money is safe. It's secure, and it's growing.
Register for our next event at Springfield Country Club on April 16th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential. But finding those people can be a major hassle. Unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, Southampton. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Kayal and Company, welcome back in as we get ready to pass off the baton to Dawn Stensland coming up at 10 o'clock this morning, and we find out what she has on tap for the Dawn Show at the top of the hour.
Yes, so much happening today. Of course, we're watching the latest with the Supreme Court's latest developments. They're in court today and in session, so we'll talk about that, updating you on everything happening in the Trump cases, plural. Also, what's up with this Chinese company in a local city in our region that's being dubbed a national security threat? We also have in Harrisburg. We have lawmakers in Harrisburg working on our ballots, paper ballots, election. You know, we've been talking with Tony Bruno this morning about our upcoming primary on the 23rd of April. And so we'll look at what's going on in PA, efforts to shore up our elections, make sure that they're truly transparent. Coming up at 10:06, our friend Guy Shiraki needs no introduction, also writes for Broad and Liberty. He's going to break down 4 years later what he sees, and we'll talk about some of these cases as well, with the Pennsylvania State Police trooper being slapped with the lawsuit. So much happening. We've got it all covered. Live, local, breaking news. We got it. We're going to continue on.
All right. Dawn Show coming up at 10 o'clock this morning as we get to Today in Music History.
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, March 20th, we celebrate the birthdays of Chester Bennington in Lincoln Park and Carl Palmer of Emerson, Lake and Palmer. Notable singles include Jim Croce's Bad Bad Leroy Brown, released in 73, and Can I Play With Madness by Iron Maiden from 88. We also lost Twisted Sisters drummer on this day in 2015, and Eric Clapton's son Connor in 91. Tears in Heaven was written soon after. Also, John Lennon married Yoko Ono on this day in 69. Joan Jett's song I Love Rock and Roll hit number 1 at 82. Love Joan Jett, but y'all know that's a cover, right? And lastly, on this day in 87, Poison frontman Bret Michaels collapsed after a set at Madison Square Garden. After waking up in the hospital, he revealed he's diabetic, and the collapse was caused by insulin shock. For Kayal and Company, I'm Phil Lundquist.
All right, Philip, thank you very much. Great job as always. Let's get to Who Won Twitter today.
Who won Twitter?
Hassan Bin Sober wins Twitter. He says, always tip for a service, but don't be like another talk show host who doesn't tip the band for requests. Yes, Dom, you. Dom doesn't tip, like if you request a song from a band, you have to give them money.
Of course.
I guess he doesn't do that.
Wow.
Yeah, that's
And
not
they,
right.
They say I'm the cranky guy.
Yeah.
Wow.
By the way, Hassan Bin Sober does win Twitter, but Irk gets an honorable mention.
Okay.
He says, as Al Bundy once said, I got a tip for you. Thump. Doors are hard. Keep the change.
I remember that vividly.
Yeah.
Nice work.
Yep.
All right, that'll do it for us today. Stay tuned. The Dawn Show is coming up next. We're back tomorrow morning at 6. And don't forget on Friday, Travis Manion Foundation Radiothon, 6A to 7P. The goal, at least for me, $100,000 this year.
Let's go.
Let's get it done. All right, enjoy the rest of your day. Dawn is next. We'll talk to you tomorrow morning.
If I were smart,